week or two, then they definitely will have to, if they will be displaced internally, they will have to move out of Tehran. So they are not realizing the magnitude of the issue right now. It is the adrenaline kick because of which they are out on the streets, and they are probably encouraging this war to take place. And I am very sure that once the Americans and the Israelis increase the momentum against Tehran, it will be the people from these masses who will come in front of the camera and start saying that they were forced at gunpoint to gather at these locations. You know, they were forced to come out of their homes and they were made to cheer for the IRGC. So these are the stories which will come up later. So this is what the reality is going to be. It has happened in Iraq before. We've seen it up close and personal. This is a repeat of what happened in Iraq. Again, the people and the masses did come out to support Saddam Hussein. But when the American forces reached the Tigris River and they entered Baghdad, the game changed altogether. Yeah. So that is what is going to exactly happen in Tehran. That once the boots on ground happen and the Iranian forces start getting clashes with the American forces, and probably Pakistani forces are going to be dragged in by these.
Yeah, definitely. Major Toor, thanks a lot for your comment, and we'll need you for future bulletins also. We hope you will come live with us. And this is the latest visual, first on Republic, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we continue our coverage, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere, because we'll bring you more developments from the West Asian region conflict, because as we speak, the fresh visuals speak what's happening. Fresh celebrations are happening in Tehran, and also Iran attacks Israel in the latest set of developments in the West Asian conflict as a result, as a retaliation over attacks at Beirut by Israel. Iran attacks Israel. Big development coming up next.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिर्फ। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिर्फ।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu...
Now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because we continue our coverage of the West Asian conflict, because Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel in retribution to Israel's strikes on Beirut. First such attack since fragile ceasefire came into effect. Trump urges Netanyahu not to retaliate to attacks.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
MDH
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. You're watching live this morning on Republic. I'm Jongtham Amrita, and I'm joined by my co-anchor.
Hi, very good morning. My name is Nayan.
And we have latest developments coming in from West Asia war as Iran has struck Israel as air defenses sounded, air sirens sounded, and air defenses system activated, with the possibility of launching this war, prolonged war, and activation of this prolonged war once again, as Iran and Israel are at the headlock with this latest escalation in West Asian region.
That's right. But there is Donald Trump who is telling Netanyahu to kind of hold his horses at this point. We'll give you all of those updates, but first up, the headlines. Iran launches ballistic missile towards Israel in retribution to Israel's strikes on Beirut. First such attack since the fragile ceasefire came into effect.
DMK boycotts Indie bloc meeting scheduled for India in New Delhi. For today in New Delhi claims betrayal by Congress.
"20 rebel TMC MLAs likely to head to Delhi to submit letter to seeking the speaker to separate the groups."
Mamata Banerjee arrives in Delhi amid speculation of split among Trinamool MPs in Parliament.
TMC to move High Court against Bengal Assembly Speaker's recognition of Rita Brata as leader of opposition.
India-Bangladesh to hold annual Director General level border talks in New Delhi, first meeting since the BNP-led government assumed office in Dhaka.
After 7.8 magnitude quake strikes Philippines on Monday morning, tsunami alerts issued in neighboring nations.
Viewers, we open this bulletin with a major escalation and developments coming in from the West Asian story as Iran has launched missiles in Israel in the first such bombardment since a fragile ceasefire took effect in early April, raising the possibility of a return to heavy firing and fighting and complicating mediation efforts to end the war. And Tehran had warned of retaliation after Israel struck Beirut's southern suburbs. And warning earlier Sunday in defiance of Washington's request days ago to stand down.
Now, Israel had said that the Iranian-backed Hezbollah fired at the northern Israel earlier in the day. What you're seeing on your television right now is the bombardment that is taking place. In fact, ballistic missiles have been shot down at Tehran, Iran.
In Israel, in fact, Iran fired missiles towards central Israel.
Absolutely.
And Israel has also said that sirens were sounded because of the incoming missiles towards Israel, and their air defense systems have also been activated. And this is incoming after a ceasefire has been struck between Israel and Iran in early April 8, and Iran has also said that this is in retaliation of Israel's striking and their repeated attacks against Beirut and also the U.S.'s attacks at the vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. These are live visuals. These are visuals, the latest visuals that we have, as there have been some escalations, raising the possibility of an all-out war again in the West Asian region.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. رژیم متجاوز صهیونیستی با نقض مکرر آتش بس شرارت‌های خود علیه مردم مظلوم لبنان را با چراغ سبز و حمایت آمریکای جنایتکار و سکوت مجامع بین‌المللی روز به روز افزایش داده و با استفاده از سلاح‌های ممنوعه از جمله بمب‌های فسفوری مرتکب جنایات جنگی می‌گردد. با وجود هشدارهای قبلی جمهوری اسلامی ایران، رژیم کودککش صهیونیستی با عبور از همه خطوط قرمز و افزایش حملات در جنوب لبنان زاویه بیروت را هدف قرار داده است. قبلا اخطار داده بودیم در صورت گسترش جنایت در زاویه بیروت اهدافی را در سرزمین‌های اشغالی مورد هجوم قرار می‌دهیم. ارتش صهیونیستی باید حملات خود به جنوب لبنان و ضاحیه را متوقف نماید و در صورت گسترش حملات خود به آن منطقه و یا پاسخ به اقدام ایران با ضربات کوبنده‌تر و پشیمان کننده روبرو و حملات ویرانگری علیه رژیم و حامیان آن آغاز خواهد شد و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
All right, we have our colleague, Mr. Saurabh Shukla, who is also the founder of News Mobile and the chief consulting editor for Republic TV, joining us live all the way from Washington, D.C. Saurabh, thank you for joining us. First up, I'm going to ask you that there are sounds of the sirens all across northern Israel. There's also, amidst the Iranian ballistic missiles attack that has been taking place right now. Now, the IDF is saying it's working on intercepting these projectiles. What is it that you understand of this situation?
War started and the ceasefire was holding. My sources here in Washington, D.C. are telling me that obviously they view this as a very serious escalation on part of Iran, and efforts are on to persuade the Israeli leadership, including Prime Minister Netanyahu, not to respond or retaliate as of now, because sources telling me that they're trying very hard through back channels to make sure that there is some kind of that both sides can resume the dialogue which has been going on. It's been a very, very fractured Iranian leadership that has come to the fore when this dialogue was happening, because at one side there are moderates within Iran who want now some kind of an agreement with the US and Israel to end this war completely. On the other hand, there are IRGC leaders, there are renegades who have been provoking time and again because they believe that if Iran loses this nuclear capability, its leverage goes down not only in the Middle East but across the globe, and they don't want that. And the US has put that as a red line that you cannot move away from shutting this nuclear program. So that's where the sticking point is. But the point remains that after a long time, there has been a direct hit on Israel. So that's a very, very serious development, if you ask me. But as we speak, I also want to tell our viewers here that parallelly, efforts are also on to make sure that Israel does not retaliate and this does not escalate into another round of full-blown conflict.
Right, and sort of as you were saying that Donald Trump has in fact asked Netanyahu to hold back from attacking or retaliating against this particular attack. But again, IDF has said that they are awaiting green light from the higher-ups to whether to launch this attack and saying their all systems are activated and ready to strike. So this really shows there's a miscommunication, or will Israel listen to Donald Trump's warning to hold back this attack?
See, I get a sense that some kind of retaliation will happen. Israel cannot not retaliate after, the Iranian leadership has now hit out at targets within Israel. Obviously, Israel as a country has been facing a attack from Iran all along, and the sense was that they will be some kind of a peaceful solution that can be found. But this has only complicated the situation further, and I get a sense that this will only add to the geopolitical pressure, the economic pressure which is already there. Countries like India are reeling under the pressure from the Strait of Hormuz being shut. I don't see that reopening again in the near future till unless you have a deal. And my sources are also telling me that a template is ready, but they have to make sure that the Iranian renegades, IRGC commanders who are launching these attacks, they have to be controlled. How they're going to do that is a big question, but I still see this as a serious escalation. I hope the situation can come around from there, but otherwise, if this turns into a full-blown conflict yet again, we are headed for further geopolitical, I would say, a crisis of sorts. But now, as I mentioned earlier, there are still efforts on, and I'm hopeful that some kind of and level-headed leadership on both sides will have some kind of sway on this. Otherwise, we have not only these countries which are directly impacted in this war, but countries across the globe which are getting impacted because of this war which has lasted for over 100 days now.
Right, Saurabh, thank you. Thank you for giving us those updates. Please stay with us. We have another big breaking news that's coming in right now. We have viewers. We will get on to more information on this. Saurabh, please stay with us. There is a rapidly escalating situation in the Middle East. We have fresh reports stating that Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, has made half a dozen calls after this strike at Israel. Now, Pakistan, United Kingdom, France, Egypt, Qatar, Turkey all have got the same message. Iran is saying that it not only responded to Israel's ceasefire violations in Lebanon. Now, meanwhile, we're also getting to understand that this has also come after he had this continuous consultation with the Pakistani Army Chief Field and Marshal Asim Munir after this missile launch actually took place. Now, Araghchi has discussed and consulted with all of these foreign ministers from France, from Qatar on separate phone calls, and he is responding that Israel and the Islamic forces who have repeated the violations of ceasefire on Lebanese front. And these are the latest regional developments that we're getting.
As Saurabh, we are getting that Araghchi has continuously died in several countries now.
So this is just to add to this development that you just broke, that this is only indicating to one thing, that the situation is serious. The Iranian foreign minister is also trying to tell these foreign minister that he's under severe pressure from the IRGC commanders not to relent. So that's a message that my sources are telling me is coming out of the Iranian foreign minister. The other thing I want to tell our viewers, which I've been saying all along, the role of Pakistan in this entire thing itself is a big suspect, because I don't think that they have been honest broker here. They've not been able to manage this deal for a long time, and I think US and other countries now have to get together a coalition which actually now gets into this picture of negotiating hard to tell Iran that it's in its own strategic interest. Otherwise, they have an existential crisis. Already, their military capabilities are already been hit. Their entire top leadership is gone, and now the US is mounting what they call Operation Economic Fury, which will tighten Iran financially as well, and the sanctions are not going away anytime. And I don't think that Pakistan is able to mediate a solution here, and I think there is a need for other countries to jump in. Even countries like India can play a role, I would say, because they have a relationship with Israel, they have a great relationship with President Trump, and also with Iran as well. So I think we have to move beyond, because the entire world is getting impacted, and every day this solution, or I would say this peace is delayed, it's having an impact on countries across the globe, and especially in Asia.
Right, Saurav, as you were saying that several countries have a role to mediation, not just one country. In fact, Russian side has also intimated India that they could be a good mediator in this regard, and also other nations in Europe can chime in this effect. But looking at the latest development that we're seeing, Iraq closing its airspace and IDF all activating its systems, it looks like these countries in the West Asian region are posturing for a possible retaliation and onslaught, a full-on war. And my question to you is that at this point, in this on this day, who wants the war to continue and who wants the war to end? So it looks like this is divided.
Well, absolutely. I would say that, as I've been saying earlier, that this is a renegade, the hardliners within the Iranian establishment who don't want a deal to happen. Because otherwise, a template was already worked out. It was ready that there will be extension of the ceasefire for 60 days. They will agree to certain things. Iran will come out with a timetable on how it will shun its nuclear program, how IAEA inspectors will get in, so that the enriched uranium can be handed over. Then they turned around. And don't forget, China is also playing a hidden role here, because it's China which is sitting behind both Pakistan and Iran, and obviously trying to control these negotiations as well, because they want a leverage. So this is like a very complicated game of global geopolitics, a game of chess, where they want their own strategic stakes. They all have their strategic stakes. But as I said earlier, the world is getting impacted. And from DC, the latest that I'm hearing is that President Trump is very clear that he wants a deal to happen. I've also been given to understand that some sources are saying that if the moderates in the Iranian leadership, they are convinced, then as early as this week, a deal can happen. Because as I mentioned, the template is ready, but this escalation really puts us into a very dangerous zone, which can spiral out. And as you know, again, the Gulf carriers have suspended flights. The airspace has been impacted. So that will definitely have a greater impact, not only on the economy, but also on aviation, tourism. The related spillover effect will be seen on all aspects of global economy as well.
And Saurav, those are great inputs. I request you to stay with us because we have another breaking news coming in at the moment. The Israeli Air Force, in fact, struck military targets belonging to the Iranian regime in western and central Iran a short while ago, and this comes after reports stated that Donald Trump has asked Netanyahu to not retaliate against Iran. So now it looks like the Middle East is now returning to the status of an active war zone, with fears of rapid escalation emerging, as well as Netanyahu has completely defied Donald Trump's call not to retaliate and raising fears of a full-scale battle breaking out. This is the latest that we're getting. Saurav, coming back to you, it looks like Netanyahu has in fact, given the green light to retaliate against these attacks that was struck by Iranian missile and completely not heeded the warning given by President Donald Trump, completely defying Trump in this particular case now. Saurabh.
You know, as I was saying earlier, I was expecting this. A tit-for-tat strike. Israel couldn't have not essentially dealt with this Iranian attack on its territory without mounting some attacks. Whether this will continue, we'll have to wait and watch, because in case this was only a one-off attack done to send out a message to Iran that Israel has the capability, then it's all right. If this continues beyond this, then we run the risk of this spiraling out, and you will be back to the end of the ceasefire and active war situation in the Middle East. And that obviously will be disastrous at this stage, and we will really go back to the pre-ceasefire time when this war had just started. So we have to wait and watch, but this is a very serious development of the fact that the tit-for-tat attacks have happened, and we really have to see what will happen to the peace process, which was anyway very fragile peace process and was already in tatters.
Right. Saurabh, there's also a $2 increment of the oil prices globally, if we see. But we will continue tracking all of these information. And thank you, Saurabh, for giving us your valuable insights on this situation. Now, viewers, it's time to also get into another story where we understand that fresh Israeli airstrikes have hit the Gaza Strip, destroying 2 residential buildings in 2 separate attacks in the central Gaza and Khan Yunis. Now, residents say that both strikes came shortly after the evacuation warning were issued by the Israeli military.
That's right, Nayan. And also the latest attacks have added to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, with displaced families once again forced to search for shelter amid continuing hostilities. Take a look at his full report for more information.
Fresh Israeli airstrikes have destroyed 2 residential buildings in separate attacks across the Gaza Strip. One strike hit the Maghazi refugee camp in central Gaza, flattening a 4-story building that housed multiple families. Residents say the building was evacuated shortly after its owner received a warning call from the Israeli military. A second strike targeted a house sheltering 3 families in eastern Khan Yunis. According to residents, the occupants were also warned to leave before the strike took place. The attacks have left dozens of people homeless and forced families to once again search for safety amid the continuing conflict.
احنا نزحنا من المنطقة الشرقية إلى المنطقة اللي هم صنفوها اللي هي إنسانية، إنه نتعايش معها كأننا بشر، ولكن ظهر عندهم إنه بتعاملوا مع الحيوانات أفضل من الإنسانية. الآن بالنسبة جئنا لنلاقي اللي هو مكان آمن، ولكن فيش مكان آمن في قطاع غزة كامل.
Residents say there is no safe place left in Gaza as repeated strikes continue to hit homes and shelters.
احنا هنا قاعدين في الخيم هذه 3 عائلات، كل واحد معها بيجي 9 انفار، بيجي 27 نفر قاعدين هنا، وهينا ولا مأوى ولا حاجة، وقالوا هدنا على الفاضي، يعني زي ما انت شايف، لا برميل ولا جردل ولا اي شيء. وين احنا بدنا نتشرد؟ وين بدنا نضلنا ننقل زي الواحد تنقل ولادها من مطرح لمطرح؟ فيش مطرح إلنا، ما ضلش إلنا مطارح، نروح وين؟
The latest strikes come despite a fragile ceasefire arrangement that has significantly reduced large-scale fighting but failed to completely halt violence. Palestinian residents say repeated evacuations and displacement have pushed families into increasingly desperate conditions.
بس بده بيد أي إشي لأي مواطن فلسطيني، بس بده يسوي لنا كوم هيك خراب ودمار، بس هي المعنيين فيه. بدهم يهجروا المواطن، بدهم يقتلوا معنوياته للمواطن. كل ما كان بتنازح فيه بتفكر حالك انك بمنطقة آمنة، بيسووا لك نفس المنطقة دمار. يعني ما خلوا مربع في قطاع غزة اللي ارتكبوا فيه جريمة، اللي ارتكبوا حتى جريمة في حق الحجر، مش بحق الإنسان والبشر، لا بحق الحجر كمان.
Israel says its military operations are aimed at responding to militant activity and security threats.
And viewers, moving on, US President Donald Trump has said the United States will not unfreeze Iranian assets or ease sanctions before a final agreement is reached in the ongoing talks with Iran. Donald Trump also said discussions between Washington and Tehran are still continuing, but indicated that any sanctions relief would depend on the outcome of negotiations and Iran with the meeting agreed conditions.
Right. The comments came in as efforts to reach an agreement over Iran's nuclear program remain underway. Now, however, the recent strikes and the war escalation on Monday morning could now make the Iranians think twice on the terms they put on the table. Now, the fragile ceasefire is in essence dead. Here's more on this report.
The US is tightening its position on ongoing negotiations with Iran. In a recent interview, Trump said that billions of dollars in frozen Iranian assets will remain out of reach and sanctions will remain in place until a final peace agreement is signed. The message from Washington is clear: no upfront concessions, no advance relief, and no rewards before a deal is done. Trump also said that discussions with Tehran remain active, but stressed that any agreement must first address key concerns of the US. However, the US continues to insist that Iran must never be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon, with concerns around Iran's enriched uranium stockpiles being a major sticking point. Trump also demanded transparency from Iran on their nuclear program and what they intend on doing with the material. For now, both sides remain in talks, but with Washington refusing to ease pressure before a final agreement, the path to a negotiated breakthrough remains uncertain.
Viewers, don't go anywhere. We're slipping into a short break. There are many updates on the other side with the Iran war escalating. We'll give you more of those updates, but...
Right, and coming up after a very short break, TMC to move High Court against Bengal Assembly Speaker's recognition of Rita Brata as the leader of opposition. Coming up next.
Also coming up, India-Bangladesh to hold annual Director General level border talks in New Delhi. First meeting since the BNP-led government assumed office in Dhaka. Coming up.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero. as if he achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on 7.
Taking a very short break, but coming up after the break, TMC to move High Court against Bengal Assembly Speaker's recognition of Rita Brata as the leader of opposition.
Also coming up after a short break, India-Bangladesh to hold annual Director General level border talks in New Delhi. First meeting since the BNP-led government assumed office in Dhaka.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
ऑप्टोरोमा मैनुअल वाइंडिंग 4 लोगों के पास है।
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा।
कमला पसंद सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद। कमला पसंद पान मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge.
The top headlines today: Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel in retribution to Israel's strikes on Beirut. The first such attack since fragile ceasefire came into effect. Donald Trump urges Netanyahu not to retaliate to the attacks.
DMK boycotts Indy bloc meeting scheduled for today in New Delhi, claims betrayal by Congress.
20 rebel TMC MLAs likely to head to Delhi to submit a letter to the Speaker seeking a separate grouping.
Mamata Banerjee arrives in New Delhi amid speculations of split among the Trinamool MPs in the parliament.
TMC to move High Court against Bengal Assembly Speaker's recognition of Rita Brata as the leader of opposition.
India-Bangladesh to hold annual Director General level meeting, border talks in New Delhi. First meeting since the BNP-led government assumed office in Dhaka.
After a 7.8 magnitude earthquake strikes Philippines on Monday morning, tsunami alerts issued in neighboring nations. We have the latest in the West Asian story. Another escalation now coming in. Loud explosions have been heard in several Iranian cities, including its capital Tehran, and Tabriz and Isfahan were also struck. And now this comes after the IDF said the Israeli Air Force struck military targets belonging to Iran.
Now, Iranian terror regime in the western and central Iran, this has happened a short while ago. What we understand so far is that loud explosions were heard in several cities, in fact, Iranian cities, including its capital Tehran, Tabriz and Isfahan. Now, according to the news that we've received so far, This is kind of the preparation of a full-blown war in preparation, but right now what we understand is loud explosions were heard in several Iranian cities, including its capital Tehran, also cities like Tabriz and Isfahan.
Right, the latest after Donald Trump has warned Netanyahu not to retaliate to these attacks. In fact, Iran has been struck and several cities attacked, including Tehran, Tabriz and Isfahan. The latest as this raises the question of a prolonged and an all-out war continuing after weeks of a truce between the two nations. And now Iran has said that they are retaliating following attacks by Israel against Beirut and also attacks on Iranian vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. And there were several celebrations also cited across Iran after attacks were launched against Israel. Now, Israel is posturing up for a full-blown war in this region. Iraqi airspace has closed down, and in the latest that we're getting in this fresh escalation, Iran has also been struck from Israel now after there were loud explosions heard in several Iranian cities.
Right. In fact, should these acts of aggression be repeated, the responses will be broader in scope and will encompass all American and Zionist targets throughout the region. We have our colleague, in fact, we have Major General K.K. Sinha with us. Thank you for joining us, General. These are interesting times. What we understand so far is that now fresh attacks have been launched, and I want to understand, just a few minutes ago we were having a conversation with Saurabh Shukla, who's also a consulting editor. We're trying to understand, is this war going to escalate, or is there going to be a ceasefire which has already taken place, which will be put into effect?
Good morning and Jai Hind. See, the possibilities are two. One is to escalate to de-escalate, and other thing that goes for a full-grown war in the West Asia. The defiance is basically by the Israelis. They have gone to Lebanon, and the peace talk, the ceasefire, which started from 8th April and today is the 8th June. I think that the retaliation has come directly to Israel by Iran. And Iran has been saying that they should not go to Lebanon because Lebanon, the way it has been hit, Hezbollah, especially in the southern Lebanon, up to the Litani River, I think, it is more or less in the control of Israelis, and Iran has got no choice than to retaliate. One more thing is there that Iran has gone so much of confidence, in their, what they did it after the 40 days war, that is on 8 April 2026. They have got a lot of confidence because the way they have struck the military targets of all the bases of America, I think they have got confidence and they are able to recoup themselves after the 40 days and when the ceasefire started on 8th April. Off and on, there was a violation of ceasefire, but this was holding to us, and this escalation, which has happened on Sunday, when Iran has retaliated in spite of telling number of times that they have to stop in the Lebanon, because that is the first point, for the peace talk. But that was violated by Israel, in spite of Trump saying Netanyahu not to go for it. But the Netanyahu wants to escalate it. Whether the American will join, American will also violating, in the form of Strait of Hormuz. All along, they have been firing the southern coast area. But now let's see whether, Iran or the Israel, have escalated to it gets de-escalated. That is generally happens in a war situation. Escalates and then de-escalates.
Right, Major General, I request you to stay with us because we have latest visuals now coming in from Iran, and we'd like to play that out for our viewers as well. I request you to stay with us. All right, these are some of the visuals that we're seeing. So these are the latest visuals that we're seeing in the latest strikes that were struck, and we can see that a vessel have also been struck in this retaliation. Several other cities in Iran have also been struck, including Tehran, in fact, and another vessel have been struck. These are after loud explosions were heard as Israel has geared up to retaliate in the attacks after Iran struck ballistic missiles against central capital, Israel.
That's
These
right.
kind of live visuals we have.
That's right. These are the live visuals that we have. And what you can see on your television screen, these were the Iranian-launched massive ballistic missiles that have actually struck the Ramat David air base in the northern Israel, and it has been described as a response to the attack in Beirut.
Now, Major General, coming back to you with this latest visuals that we're having, Tehran has been struck, and now could you say, according to you, that the ceasefire is now completely shattered? Because we are seeing escalations across not just Iran, in Beirut also. Iran is saying that they are attacking because Israel has struck Beirut, and now US, after heeding Netanyahu to hold back on the attack, have completely defied, and Israel has now struck Iran. So even if it is a one-off instance, it looks like the ceasefire in this region is completely shattered. And how will that look like going forward from today?
This violation of ceasefire is very, very serious, and this is after repeated, Iranian threat that they are going to, retaliate in favor of Hezbollah and what the Israelis are doing in Lebanon. The Ramat David Air Base is very near to Haifa, and that is in the northern Israel. This is a very, very important, target as far as the Israelis are concerned. And that's why, in spite of Trump saying that they should not retaliate, they have retaliated. I don't think Israelis are going to stop it here. If the Iran escalates, they are going to repeat it. But the problem lies with America and Israel, that the target which they are choosing, say Tehran, Isfahan, Tabriz in the northern part, it is neighboring Iraq and Katab, Hezbollah, the elements over there. These targets has been hit, but every target when it's hit has got a saturation point. And it's also applicable for the, as far as Iran is also concerned. When they are hitting the target, it has got a saturation point. Damages are not there. But going all out when I say, because your blockade is still on, the naval blockade of the United States is on, massive forces are, over there. There are 2 aircraft carrier, there are amphibious groups, there are, but ground operations will make a difference in Iran. But the ground operations have got their own challenges. And that's why America understands now that is going to be a very, very long drawn battle. And everything, because this battle, what is going on, the conflict, Israel is a different aspect. When we'll say when the American involvement is basically for the, for oil, and the second thing is the petrodollar. Because this 2 calculations will go wrong as far as the Americans are concerned. Because if the Iran hits their bases, the 13 of them, that is American bases, which he was doing it in 40 days war, and after 40 days war when he retaliated, and the damage is substantial. If it will lead to a ground operations, that has to be seen.
Right, that's exactly we were getting at, General Bakshi, General Sinha. I really want to understand, are we now also headed towards some ground battle? Is that what's next on the cards?
See, if it escalates, it's the America, but I think America is very cautious. If they will get into the, in the ground battle, then they will get into the trap of China. This China and Russia wants them to get involved in this area because the battle has to shift to Indo-Pacific. So from transatlantic, it has shifted to Mediterranean, which we call the West Asia. Because the global, today when the world is changing, the center of gravity, if it becomes the West Asia, I think is the best thing for the Chinese. And the Americans, they will get stuck. And that will be the end game. And I think, when we say at the macro level, so America understands this. America is supporting Israel. But Israel has, both. That is in June 2025, the 12 days war, when they went for the midnight hammer, that is strike first day to their, all nuclear facility. It was behest of Israel. But they didn't achieve that much aim in this 40 days war. They thought that the first strike on 28th February, that will, when they eliminated, their top leader, the supreme commander, along with the 40, very important people, I think that will be the change of regime. That is the America thought. But America is getting into a ground operations. Without ground operations, this type of ding-dong battle will carry on, and there will be no result. For Iran, I think he is comfortable there. Iran, that's why Iran has able to manage it after that 8th of April, when actually this ceasefire was announced, which is actually not holding. Every time there are retaliation, but it's an aerial battle, which has got a very limited effect, and they will carry on because they reinforce themselves. They come up, and the capability again goes down to where they started. So this ding-dong battle can carry on, but for Americans, it is going to a very, very, and especially for Donald Trump. He wants an off-ramp, which he's not getting.
Major General, please continue to stay with us with your inputs on the latest that we are getting at this moment. Iranian agency reports have said that at least 2 powerful explosions were heard in Tehran and at least 3 explosions were heard in the city of Isfahan. The latest as Israel continues to strike back-to-back attacks, launch such attacks across Iran, and now 2 more explosions heard in Tehran and 3 more in Isfahan. Now coming back to you, Major General, as we were saying while we were talking of the earlier attacks, now Israel seems to have launched 2 more back-to-back attacks. It looks like this will carry on for a short while now, even if Donald Trump wants a diplomatic efforts to make headway in the ceasefire talks. It looks like Israel would definitely retaliate until they have destroyed some of the targets. Now, your reaction to that, Major General?
See, the first phase, which is started, after a lot of threat and caution, Iran has gone forward, and they have done it at their own. Operation True Promise, 1, 2, 3, and this is if going to be the 4th, which they have did it, and this is the Iranians have did. They must have calculated a lot of things, and they know that the retaliation is coming. And see, the retaliation is coming where? Tehran, their capital, the same old target area. There is nothing much there, militarily. If you see that, the Israelis can do. Isfahan is the area where actually their nuclear enriched uranium. This is the Americans and Israelis feel that it is in this area. And Tabriz is up north. It is in the northwest, and that is very important. Why they have gone for Tabriz? But the point is like this, we have to understand, if Iran is going to retaliate after this, then it is going to escalate. If the Iran takes it, or if there is nothing comes more, then the normal business is going to carry on what is happening, from 8th of April. There is a talk, there is a violation. But if it escalates, if the Americans join, it's likely that it's going to, escalate, which I feel it is not likely, because the Americans have got real challenges. If they will get involved, it will be very difficult to get off-ramp and what they are looking for.
Right. Thank you, General. Please stay with us. We have another big breaking news that's coming in right now. Trump says new Israel-Iran strikes won't affect peace deal. US President Donald Trump said on Sunday that the new strikes by Israel and Iran would not affect his administration. In fact, his administration's peace talks with Tehran. He's saying that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu does not call the shots. Now, that is a direct if I may say so, a direct call by Donald Trump, where he is saying on Sunday, in fact, he said that the new strikes that are taking place and unfolding in Israel and Iran would not affect his administration. Major General Sinha, I need to understand, how does this unfold with these new claims by Donald Trump, where he's saying that his peace talks are not going to get affected?
See, as to the Americans concerning, which I said that they are thinking, they are actually very desperately looking for an off-ramp. So from American side, they will try to that the peace talk carries on. And both their envoy, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, they are on for a bigger game. And this is the way when we see, that as far as the nuclear issue is concerned is one, but their game is a bigger game. And Donald Trump feels that, at some point of time, he will get all these aims completed in the West Asia. His West Asia aim is a macro level game when we see, geostrategically the way the Americans are doing it, especially into the eastern hemisphere. And now this is the central hemisphere when we talk about it. This is a bigger game they are playing. And the Americans, as far as the Israelis are concerned, Israelis now, from greater Israel, people talk about it, especially Netanyahu. Netanyahu is, because his political challenges are there. If this war stops, probably his own, prime ministership will go. That challenges are there, and they think that there is opportunity for a greater, because what they have done in Gaza they have got 70% area now they are under control. Yellow line is extending. West Asia, they have, West Bank, they have able to do it. They have done it in Golan Heights. Golan Heights, the buffer zone, they have totally occupied, which is next to Syria. Now in Lebanon, they are very close to Litani River. They wanted to get into the southern Beirut, which Americans, especially Donald Trump, was able to stop them because their forces are deep inside in that area. The Tyres, which is the southern city of Lebanon, that is totally destroyed. They wanted to destroy Beirut, but I think, the Lebanon, Hezbollah and Lebanon, the two factions, the government over there, they have got some problem. But I don't think they will be able to do it. They can take it because Litani River, that is about 28 kilometers deep inside, southern side of Lebanon, they are more or less under their control.
Right. And Major General, there's also one another angle that I'd like your comments on. It's regarding the truce talks. As Donald Trump has said, this latest escalation will not affect the ceasefire talk, saying that Netanyahu doesn't call the shots. And we also remember that just a few days ago, there have been a falling out between Donald Trump and Netanyahu, saying that there was some heated exchange on a phone call between Trump and Netanyahu. And now Netanyahu has completely disregarded Donald Trump's warning not to attack Iran, and they have gone ahead to attack several cities. Now, between these two leaders, between Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump, is there a leadership fallout happening? Because it looks like Donald Trump wants the ceasefire truce talks to go through, even as Netanyahu continues to call for the strikes to continue.
See, we have to understand one aspect, why, there is a defiance by, Netanyahu. Jewish lobby in the United States of America still have that hold. And in his administration, Trump's administration, especially the Pete Hegseth, who is their Secretary of War, is more or less, because J.D. Vance, the Vice President, he is totally against it. He's not coming openly. Now he's supporting it. But Trump has understood this because November is coming very, very close. If they will get involved, you take it that because America will not be able to do it until unless they do some ground operation and get a success. Their, your naval blockade is not yielding result. Still, state of Hormuz is under control of Iran. So this is going to be a very tough time as far as the Americans are concerned. There is a defiance by his own ally, especially Netanyahu. Netanyahu was very close. There you said it is very correct that they have got a heated exchange. But Netanyahu is not, and America is allowing them to happen. Then the administration, the lobby, especially of the Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio, who's the Secretary of State, both are more or less, you can say willy-nilly are with Donald Trump is not with now Netanyahu, but they are supporting it. And the Jewish lobby is supporting it and forcing it through. And that's why Netanyahu is doing all this, in spite of absolutely in public domain. Now it is there that Trump doesn't want that to escalate.
Thank you so much for joining us with us on this broadcast, Major General, and we truly appreciate your insights regarding this matter.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short break. Don't go anywhere, because once you come back, there are a lot of more updates that are taking place in the West Asia war. But for now, coming up next, after a 7.8 magnitude quake has struck the Philippines on Monday morning, tsunami alerts have been sounded in neighboring nations. India-Bangladesh to hold annual Director General level border talks in New Delhi. Coming up after a short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question.
All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we continue our coverage of the West Asian conflict because Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel in retribution to Israel's strikes on Beirut. First such attack since fragile ceasefire came into effect. Trump urges Netanyahu not to retaliate to attacks.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है?
स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judge...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, we are live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and I have my colleague with me, Shivam. Shivam, we have a lot lined up for our viewers today. Now we understand Iran has fired missiles at Israel in a first attack since the April ceasefire. Once again, President Trump is urging restraint, so no end to the escalation.
No end to the escalation, though Donald Trump urged Netanyahu, Israel, not to strike back, but Israel has struck back. It has attacked Iran. This is the latest set of developments in the West Asian conflict. We'll also get you other developments from the West Asian region. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel in the retribution to Israel's strikes on Beirut. First such attack since fragile ceasefire came into effect. Trump is telling Netanyahu not to retaliate.
DMK boycotts Indie bloc meeting scheduled for today in New Delhi, claims betrayal by Congress.
Rebel TMC MLAs likely to head to Delhi to submit a letter to Speaker seeking separate grouping.
Mamata Banerjee arrives in Delhi amid speculation of split among Trinamool MPs in Parliament.
TMC to move the High Court against Bengal Assembly Speaker's recognition of Ritubroto as a leader of opposition.
India-Bangladesh to hold annual Director General level border talks in New Delhi. First meeting since the BNP-led government assumed office in Dhaka.
After 7.8 magnitude quake strikes Philippines on Monday morning, tsunami alerts issued in neighboring nations. All right, Shivam, getting some breaking news for our viewers. Something is happening because Iran has now, just a short while back, attacked Israel. Loud explosions heard in many Iranian cities. And this is coming in the backdrop of the IDF saying that Israeli Air Force struck military targets belonging to Iranian terror regime in western and central Iran a short while back. So loud explosions heard in many Iranian cities, including capital Tehran, Tabriz, Isfahan. This is just after Iran fired missiles at Israel in the first attack since April ceasefire. Yes, Shiva.
Yeah, definitely. This is a very big escalation. And however, Donald Trump tried a lot that this should not escalate even further because he was aiming for a truce, a ceasefire, a deal, what he calls it. But now Israel, because it had to react, IDF reacted. It says that we were waiting for the green light, and we guess Netanyahu gave them the green light. And now loud explosions were heard in several Iranian cities, including capital Tehran, Tabriz, Isfahan. This comes after the IDF says the Israeli Air Force struck military targets belonging to the Iranian terror regime in western and central Iran a short while ago. Mehrabad airport has also been struck, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we will go across to our guest, Major General Rajan Kochar is joining us live this morning. Thank you for joining us. Major General, what we see is that diplomacy tried its best to stop this escalation. But once again, we see escalation happening. There is a crossfire once again between Iran and Israel. What are you looking at? According to you, do you think we need one more round of diplomacy to solve this, or this is beyond that?
Good morning. You see, it is, I think, beyond diplomacy as of now. Because if you would have seen right from the beginning when these negotiations were taking place with Iran and the United States, Israel was not a party to it and there was no negotiator from Israel. So it was becoming very, very clear that it was a kind of a one-sided negotiation where Israel was not involved, and deliberately Israel had kept itself out of the negotiations because of the war in Lebanon. Because we need to understand that in spite of ceasefire, in spite of talks going on, the Lebanon offensive was continuing, and today what is happening in Lebanon is there is a very sizable force of the Israel defense forces. There is an armored division there. There is an infantry division there. There are 3 independent infantry brigades, air power. Everything is being used by Israel now. And of late, Israel has been able to achieve a great success. If you remember, Beaufort castle was captured because that's a prominent feature. And now possibly the red line has been crossed by attacking targets in Beirut. So a response of Iran, because if you see for the last couple of days, Iran has been time and again bringing out the fact that war in Lebanon must stop. The second point is, you see, Israel was not keen to stop the war because possibly in last 3 decades, this is the first time Israel has got this opportunity to launch this offensive, and possibly Israel feels that it won't get this opportunity again. So, and if you look at the border of Israel and Lebanon, all the border villages, as far as Israel is concerned, have been vacated due
yes,
to...
sir. Major General Rajan Kocher, but it's not easy for Israel also. Israel does not have the strategic depth when it comes to fighting a prolonged war, a long war, even with Iran in this case, even after all the technology it has. Now, Iran was engaged in a war with the United States of America also, and it was very difficult for Donald Trump to continue the war because he was not getting an exit point. Donald Trump asked Netanyahu not to escalate this further. Even after that, IDF responded. So do you think that even Trump is losing control over the narrative that he's building, that we are winning and we are strong, and he was blasting at Netanyahu earlier over a phone call? So do you think that Netanyahu has to focus more on what the people at his soil are saying rather than pay heed to what Donald Trump is saying? Major General Kocher.
You see, I tend to agree with you because domestic pressure on Netanyahu is tremendous. And don't forget that the elections are around the corner, and he's already under a scanner, and he's not been able to win the Iran war. So Lebanon was an opportunity for him to redeem himself in this war, because he has to go back to his people and tell them that what has he been able to achieve in the Iran war. Possibly, when I talk to some Israelis, they're of the opinion that not much has been achieved by Netanyahu as far as the Iran war is concerned. Even if I take you back to the last year's 12-day war, that was a fiasco for Israel. So Netanyahu wants to redeem itself. And one point I would like to make here is about the relations between Trump and Netanyahu. You see, we have been hearing that Netanyahu is calling the shots, and Trump is trying to give an impression that it is the Americans or it is Trump who's calling the shots, because it is extremely important for him to retain his image because of the primaries also coming in the US. So it's more of a political game being played between Trump and Netanyahu instead of a military game being played.
Major General, I really want you to stay on with us. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, so let's take our viewers through what exactly is happening. Now, what we understand, viewers, right now, that 2 powerful explosions were heard in Tehran. Explosions were heard in Tehran, Tabriz, Isfahan, and many other areas, viewers. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. This is coming in the backdrop of what we understood a short while back, what we're talking about, the tensions continuing to escalate. Global tension remains, again, coming back to the point, global tension remains. Now, we understood, Major General, that how this tension has really worried not just the Middle East and West Asian countries, but it worries the entire world. There's a lot going on here. The Strait of Hormuz, the crude oil prices which are going up. According to you, do you think Trump, who says that Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept a deal with Iran, Trump is saying there should be a deal, but why is there no deal happening? What is really going on, Major General?
It's very interesting question, because Trump, though publicly has been mentioning that a deal is very, very near and all, but it is nowhere near, because the type of conditions he has kept in this deal. And if you remember that he changed the draft of the deal, which was sent to Iran, and it was a very, very difficult set of conditions which possibly Iran can never agree to. So I think, in my assumption is that this deal is only a facade. He's only trying to gain time. Trump is only trying to gain time. He's trying to replenish his own arsenal, interceptors, THAAD, etc. because he's badly short of these things now, and he is not in a position to resume the war. So I feel that Trump has never shown any serious intent to stop this war or come to a settlement with Iran, because even if you talk about the naval blockade, the first step in the confidence building measures or the trust deficit which is there between the two countries should have been the stoppage of those blockades on either side. So it has not happened. So it's very, very clear to me as an analyst. I can says that Trump was never serious in bridging a deal with Iran, and Iran would never accept the kind of conditions Trump has actually set in. So coming to the Israel, your question, I think it is Netanyahu is likely to agree to Trump, because their relations between US and Israel are too deep to be having any kind of fissures on the account of this episode, because Israel is largely dependent upon the US military support, and not only the military support, the support it gets in the UN and with the other countries where the United States has been backing Israel. And don't forget that Netanyahu has been declared a war criminal by the International Criminal Court. And to a large extent, the US has been instrumental in ensuring that it has debunked the judgment of the ICC. So I think these, and look at the Jewish lobby in the United States, the senators and everywhere, the funding which actually goes in the US. I don't think this episode is going to make any great difference to deterioration in the relations between Israel and the United States, and it is a kind of a one-off thing. And in a few days' time, you will see Netanyahu is likely to accept what Trump is saying, because to a large extent, whatever objectives Netanyahu had to achieve in Lebanon, he has been able to do that. So he would be quite satisfied with that.
All right, Major General, please stay with us. We have another big breaking news development that we are getting now, and let's go to that breaking news. And this is Donald Trump's reaction. Trump says new Israel-Iran strikes won't affect peace deal. Either he's unaware, or he's pretending to be, or he doesn't want to admit. And US President Donald Trump said on Sunday that new strikes by Iran and Israel would not affect his administration's peace talks with Tehran, saying Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't call the shots. So that is it. This is the ego problem that Donald Trump has. And this is the statement by Donald Trump. And again, there's a reaction against a statement that goes against Benjamin Netanyahu. He said that he doesn't call the shots. Earlier there was a phone call, and there was a tense phone call between both of them, that is Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, and he called him crazy during that phone call. And now Donald Trump says that new Israel-Iran strikes won't affect the peace deal, and it is not Netanyahu who calls the shot, and Netanyahu doesn't call the shots on the peace deal. All right, Major General Kocher, if you look at this reaction that is coming in, and that's a typical reaction that you can expect from Donald Trump. He says that this is Benjamin Netanyahu. He doesn't call the shots, and the peace deal will go on even after the Iran-Israeli airstrikes. Your reaction on that too, Major General Kocher?
See, there cannot be a peace deal. I don't think that Trump's statement can be taken very seriously, because such statements we are hearing every day, and Iran is not going to accept what Trump is trying to say as far as the peace deal is concerned, because as I mentioned earlier, the peace deal was not going anywhere. And it was only Trump who was mentioning that the peace deal is progressing and we are near a sort of agreement. Iran never brought out such statements. And I think if you recollect, or if you, it would be safe to assume here that when you go for war, you go together, because Israel and US went to war together. So the peace deal also has to be together. It cannot be that US gets into a peace deal and Israel says, I don't want to be a part of the peace deal. It won't happen that way. And Iran is not going to agree in compartmentalizing this issue. Iran wants Israel's commitment also to be there as part of the peace deal. So in case Trump is thinking that without Israel, he will be able to close this peace deal, I think he is living in a state of illusion, I would say, that it will never happen this way.
Okay, Major General, we have to talk a little bit more about IRGC. There were reports coming in that Iranian President Pezeshkian had submitted his resignation because he told the Supreme Leader of Iran that the IRGC has more control than it should. Do you think the IRGC is playing a role here in escalating the tensions?
You see, IRGC always had control in Iran. If you look back also, when the Ayatollah was also there, because the IRGC was the instrument of Ayatollah, and it always had control. The political establishment never had control in any major decision making as far as Iran was concerned. So things have not changed much on ground, but only a thing has changed is that we don't have that kind of a leader now in terms of Ayatollah, because his son, Mustafa, also, I believe he's not too well and he's not able to be a part of the decision-making process. So obviously, IRGC has taken control over this situation, and it's more of a media thing. I think the Western media has been spreading this a lot, that Pezeshkian has resigned. I was in a program just 2 days back with a journalist from Iran, and he mentioned to me there is nothing like that. So it's, I think, more of a media hype. Yes, there may have been differences between the two, which got highlighted to suggest that Pezeshkian has resigned, but there is no definite input I am getting from Iran that it has happened like this. And today, I totally agree with you that IRGC has adopted a very hard line. It is not going to go easy on the negotiations, and it also realizes that it calls the shots, because from the time Strait of Hormuz has been taken control by the IRGC, United States is on the back foot, and United States has not been able to exert any kind of a control in getting this Strait of Hormuz reopened. So I think definitely IRGC is calling the shots, and it has adopted a hard line as so far as this agreement and peace deal is concerned.
All right, Major General Kocher, thanks a lot for your comment and your in-depth analysis on what's unfolding in this entire scenario. Now, Shivangi, we need a detailed analysis of what's happening there. And the war in the Middle East has now escalated once more. Iran and Israel launching strikes and counter-strikes at each other. Missile launches have been reported across the borders, and we are getting reports that multiple cities in Iran have been attacked.
That's right. Now, another point here is that despite Trump's warning to not retaliate against Iran, Netanyahu has launched fresh retaliatory strikes. Trump, meanwhile, says that the fresh strikes will not affect the deal. We have Republic's consulting editor Saurabh Shukla to break down this rapidly developing situation.
The fragile ceasefire between US, Iran and Israel seems to have been broken now. Very clearly on Sunday, the Iranian missiles hit Israel, and obviously Israel was all set to mount counter operations, but President Trump rained on the Israeli officials to restrain themselves and also ask Iran to hold back. Clearly, as I've been saying, that this fragile peace process has been badly hit following last couple of days of strikes back and forth. And clearly, while the Strait of Hormuz continues to stay shut, the theater of, I would say, so to say, of this conflict seems to be expanding yet again. If the direct strikes happen between Iran and Israel, obviously this is not only going to make sure that there will be no deal, but this war will get to its next phase. Clearly, it has been more than 100 days. Attempts to broker a deal has not helped, because obviously the Iranian side is insisting that they need to get the sanctions off. They don't want to commit on having Strait of Hormuz as a free waterway, and also they don't want their nuclear program to go away, because Iran believes that that's what is a big leverage that they have. A nuclear Iran is something that they feel can not only dictate terms to the Middle East, but also to the US and its allies. So clearly, they think that's their trump card. President Trump's sources are telling me at the White House still believe that there is a chance that the negotiation can happen, and there may be some window of opportunity there. But for now, the situation has become more complicated than what it was earlier. Clearly, that means on Monday when the markets open here in the US East Coast and the US, we'll have to wait and watch how will that pan out. But clearly, this will have an impact on the global geopolitics, the global economy, and continued pressure on Asian economies, especially countries like India, which are heavily dependent on energy supplies, fertilizer supplies from the Strait of Hormuz. The airlines have also declared that with the Middle East completely, out of bounds in many sectors, it will mean another round of disruption on air traffic, which passes through hubs like Doha and Dubai. So clearly that will get impacted as well. It has a ripple effect on tourism, and it will take years before the entire economy of this region, at least Middle Eastern countries, can bounce back, and it will have a ripple effect on other countries in the region as well. It is a complicated situation, but for now, this is the latest that the situation has worsened since we last spoke on the Iran crisis. And even though efforts are underway by the White House to see that some kind of a ceasefire holds out, but for now, it is not only a fragile ceasefire, but a ceasefire that is not holding out.
Well, it was now the 57th Director General level Border Coordination Security Conference between India's Border Security Force and Bangladesh's Border Guard Bangladesh is set to take place in New Delhi from 8th of June today, with illegal infiltration, border security and talks regarding border security crimes expected to dominate the discussions, Shivang.
That's right. And the meeting comes amid growing concerns over undocumented infiltration, fake document networks and cross-border crimes along the 4,096-kilometer India-Bangladesh border, with most perpetrated by the illegal Bangladeshi smuggling network along the border. Take a look at this report as we tell you all about it.
पश्चिम बंगाल की बॉर्डर को सील कर पश्चिम बंगाल और देश भर से घुसपैठियों को चुन चुन कर देश के बाहर निकालना चाहिए.
The porous border of Bengal was center stage in elections. And now, with a change of government in Bengal and BJP firmly in the saddle, the spotlight is on the India-Bangladesh border. As top officials from the BSF and Bangladesh's BGB sit across the table in New Delhi this week, the focus is expected to be on a few key issues, namely illegal infiltration, border crimes, and the security challenges that come with it. All of which comes in the backdrop of Home Minister Amit giving the BSF a much-needed free hand and autonomy when it comes to security along the border areas.
स्मार्ट बॉर्डर का निर्माण करना और एक चतुष्कोणीय सुरक्षा रणनीति के तहत स्थानीय प्रशासन को साथ में लेते हुए, टेक्नोलॉजी को साथ में लेते हुए, हम आपके परिश्रम को साथ में लेते हुए सीमाओं को एकदम अभेद बनाना. और इस स्मार्ट बॉर्डर का कंसेप्ट फाइनलाइजेशन के स्टेज पर है.
India shares a 4,096-kilometer border with Bangladesh, stretching from Mizoram in the northeast to West Bengal at the southern end. Of these, West Bengal accounts for more than 2,216 kilometers, making it the largest border segment with Bangladesh. For India, however, the priority is clear: tightening measures against illegal infiltration, strong action against cross-border crimes, along with crackdowns on fake ID networks and joint cross-border patrolling with both sides sharing intel. For years, security concerns over illegal infiltration, human trafficking, narcotics smuggling and organized cross-border criminal networks operating in vulnerable areas.
BSF has already given lots of power to stop the infiltration, to control the smuggling and any anti-national activities on the Bengal border or any border, like under Indian Passport Act, Illegal Entry into or Exit Act, NDPS Act, Indian and CRPC. So the current provisions are only going to strengthen the hand of border security forces in discharge of their duties into a different manner.
Something which the ex-Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, was in denial about.
इसमें बांग्लादेश का हाथ है. अगर हाथ है तो इसको जिम्मेदारी तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का है कि बीएसएफ बॉर्डर संभालते हैं, हम नहीं संभालते हैं. ये अधिकार हमारे पास नहीं है. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का पास बॉर्डर संभालने का अधिकार नहीं है. तो आपने क्यों अलाउ किया? क्यों अलाउ किया? क्यों बीजेपी का बाहर से आदमी आके आप गड़बड़ करके भाग गया? कोई फेद आपको देना पड़ेगा.
For Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari, one of the first acts on taking charge was the clearing of land acquisition along the border for the BSF.
मुर्शिदाबाद से लेकर पूरा प्रदेश में आप लोग देखा किस तरीके से अत्याचार हुआ. हमारी देश की सुरक्षा को चैलेंज किया गया. बॉर्डर में 600 किलोमीटर लैंड उनके लिए जो जमीन बीएसएफ को देना चाहिए था, पिछले सरकार आपके वोट बैंक का राजनीति से प्रेरित होकर पूरा बांग्लादेश के बॉर्डर भूल के छोड़ दिया. आज बंगाल के में इलीगल इन्फिल्ट्रेटर्स, घुसपैठिया किस तरीके से बंगाल का डेमोग्राफी बदल दिया, आप सबको मालूम है।
The BSF is expected to push for border fencing and repatriation of the illegal Bangladeshi infiltrators, among other things, something which the Bangladeshi government was in denial of ever happening.
The West Bengal government's lack of cooperation on this issue has been a major problem. And I think that now, A, the land is being made available so the fencing can be completed. B, we have seen visuals that actually the large number of illegal immigrants from Bangladesh are voluntarily going back to Bangladesh. The trains are full. People are sitting on the trains, going back to Bangladesh. And there's so many interviews with these people who are going back. They all accept immediately that they are Bangladeshi citizens. Not one has said that he's being pushed across. He said, we want to go back. And they're showing their Bangladesh identity cards. And they immediately accept in these interviews that yes, when we came to West Bengal, we were given Aadhaar card, we were given voters card, we were given ration. Everything was given to them by the Mamata Banerjee government.
Another key focus area will be the protection of border infrastructure as well as the line of control where the border will be made.
India is going to first put down the policy that we have got zero tolerance as far as anything pertaining to the border is concerned between, and we are asking for cooperation from them. Illegal migrations, trafficking, infiltration, if you leave it to that, we are demanding that India should demand joint 24/7 patrolling. That is 150 meter is a no man's land. There is a no man's land of 150 meter. So there has to be a joint patrolling, which is not taking place as of today. It used to take place off and on, and that India should now put it as a policy that we should do the joint patrolling that in the area.
Beyond illegal immigration and crime, the strategic importance of the border itself cannot be ignored, as the region includes the all-vital Shiliguri corridor, known as the Chicken's Neck corridor, the stretch that connects northeast India to the mainland.
For many years, the completion of the border fencing between India and Bangladesh in the West Bengal area, West Bengal and Bangladesh have a long border, 2,216 kilometers, it's very long. But there was a lot of unfinished fencing because the land was not being made available by the former Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's government. And immediately that the new Chief Minister has been sworn in, he has assured the BSF, and actually the handing over of the land has started, and the construction of the fencing, even in the sensitive Chicken's Neck area, Siliguri area, which was not done earlier, is now being done.
However, this meeting is an opportunity to seek stronger operational coordination, improve border security mechanisms to join border patrols, tackle illegal infiltration, and take strong action against cross-border crimes. For India, though, there is one big question. Will Bangladesh cooperate after the talks are concluded?
And viewers, taking a short break. Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel in retribution to Israel strikes on Beirut. First such attack since fragile ceasefire came into effect. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live this morning.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए, उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है। तभी तो रिचमंड बनना नहीं आसान है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused.
Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel in retribution to Israel's strikes on Beirut. First such attack since fragile ceasefire came into effect. Trump urged Netanyahu not to retaliate, but Netanyahu retaliated.
DMK boycotts Indie bloc meeting scheduled for today in New Delhi, claims betrayal by the Congress.
20 rebel TMC MLAs likely to head to Delhi to submit letter to Speaker seeking separate grouping.
Mamata Banerjee arrives in Delhi amid speculation of split among TMC MPs in Parliament.
TMC to move High Court against Bengal Assembly Speaker's recognition of Rita Brata as the leader of opposition.
India-Bangladesh to hold annual Director General level border talks in New Delhi. First meeting since the BNP-led government assumed office in Dhaka.
A 7.8 magnitude quake strikes Philippines on Monday morning. Tsunami alerts issued in neighboring nations.
Viewers, we are live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. I have Shivam with me, my colleague Shivam. Escalation in the West Asia war. Loud explosions were heard in multiple cities across Iran, including capital Tehran, as Israel said it had struck military targets.
Yeah, definitely. And nobody wanted the war to escalate, but unfortunately it has escalated and there seems to be no coming back, to a point of no return. The attacks came despite US President Donald Trump claiming that he calls all the shots. He's in a paradise of his own now in the region. He says that I call the shots and had instructed Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to retaliate against Tehran's missile strikes. How can they not respond? Now, the strikes across Iranian cities came as Tehran and Tel Aviv traded threats following Iran's missile attack on Israel on Sunday night. Now, the first direct confrontation between the two sides since the ceasefire on April. So this is very big development that we are getting. Iran launched a wave of ballistic missiles at Israel in retaliation to what it calls the strikes on Beirut. And as a reaction of the strikes, there were strikes that Israel struck back. All right. Major General Sanjay Soi is joining us live for a comment on what's exactly unfolding. Major General Sanjay Soi, thanks a lot for joining us at this moment. But again, everybody was believing, everybody was expecting and hoping that the war would end and the global oil prices might come down and the Strait of Hormuz, which is choked, and it will be opened. But now it seems like there is it's going back to square one and to a point of no return. What is your initial take on the ongoing developments in West Asia?
Shivam, in fact, I would say that the kind of attacks which Israel was carrying on Hezbollah, I was wondering, in fact, I spoke on some discussions also, that why Iran is not retaliating, because it was a question of their credibility. Hezbollah was fighting because Iran was attacked. Earlier also, when Hamas was totally decimated, Iran did not come actively. They provided weapons, psychological support. To Hezbollah also they provided when Nasrallah was killed. But now, because Hezbollah was fighting, because Iran was under attack, if they had not taken action, this was one of their conditions for ceasefire, when Israel should stop attacks on Hezbollah and Lebanon. So, and then Trump had spoken to Netanyahu, but Israel objectives are different, their thought process is totally different. Now also Trump claims, as Shivam, you have rightly brought out, that everything is under my control and I'm guiding, but who is bothered? I mean, is Israel bothered? Because objectives of Israel and America are totally different. That's why I did not think that ceasefire will take place unless Israel comes on board fully. And the talks were going on and both the parties were not budging from their basic demand. They were not even reducing 1% of their basic demand. So how could those ceasefire take place? This is very, very unfortunate. But the fact is, this ceasefire has broken, which was, as it is, hanging with very, very thin thread. And Israel has also retaliated. Let's see how things go ahead from here, because whether it is one round, but this will continue with number of rounds. That's the thing to be seen.
Right.
Shivam.
Well, Major General, I also want to ask you, Trump, we talk about Trump specifically here, with Israel striking Beirut, with Israel striking Iran recently. Do you think the US has the influence it says it does over Israel?
I mean, very, very surprising. But I think the Jewish lobby, which we keep talking about it, is very, very strong. And in spite of all the talks, in spite of all the opposition, in spite of all the human rights violation by Israel, US has continued to support and provide them with intelligence and weapons. Without American support, Israel cannot continue with war for more than 1 week. So it is ultimately the shipments of weapons, missiles, air defense systems which are coming to Israel that is sustaining them to fight war. So I think US talks one thing, they do something else. Like last week also, when Trump really had a very bad discussion with Netanyahu, but somehow I felt this is just a drama, or is it a real thing? But the fact is, ultimately, objectives of Israel are not met. Israel does not feel secure. Israel still feels threatened with the present same thought regime of same thought process which was going on since Ayatollah Khomeini. Their missiles are still there. Their nuclear enrichment, enriched uranium is still with Iran. So Israel has not achieved anything. Ultimate, none of the military objectives for which the operation has started have been achieved. Shivan.
That's right.
Yeah. Vinil, so if you can tell us, at what level will this escalate further? Because there were strikes by Iran in support of Hezbollah, and they are the proxies of the HHF when we talk about for Iran, and they need it very important. It's very important for them. Otherwise, Iran is very far from Israel, and the closeness of Hezbollah or Lebanon makes it very important. It's very important for the Iranian regime to conduct strike against either Israel or other countries through that medium. But what about Iran continuing this war? It has also suffered, though it is very strong comparatively to the estimate that US had of it, and it surpassed their expectations. But how long can Iran continue to keep fighting this war?
Shivam, yes, a couple of points which you have highlighted are very, very important. The distance between Iran and Israel. So why Israel continue to attack Hezbollah is because of their immediate concern. The Hezbollah is right next door, and anytime and every time they would continue to fire rockets or missiles on Israel, which was very difficult for them. It was a challenge for them to intercept them at such a close range. Whereas Iran is very far away. That is one point. That is why they continued with the attack. Unless Hezbollah is totally decimated, I don't think so they will stop. Second thing is about Iran continue to fight. It is ultimately the philosophy, psychology, thought process which matters. Like if somebody is poor, they have been living in sanctions since 1979, and they have been able to come out, they have been able to export oil, they have been able to get support of China, Russia, and they have lived through sanctions. Now, if the sanctions continue, if the attacks continue, they have prepared it for many years. It is not immediate. Shivam, I can say that this was my thought process, that anybody could make out, you and me sitting here could make out what are the options for America. A missile attack, rocket attack, drone attack, air attack, that's all, no boots on ground. So, and the targets were limited, missile sites, their leadership, their drone sites, their ammunition dumps, their IRGC headquarters and all. So, they had prepared for that. Whether the tunnel or the infrastructure, the manufacturing systems also underground. So they are continuing, and they are also getting support from China and Russia because they don't want Iran to fall so easily, and they will continue to fight. Shivam, I don't think so they are going to surrender. If they had to surrender, they would have done it long time back. They have not budged a single point from their demands, and which are also very difficult for US to accept. Because the removing sanction is still okay, but paying for the defreezing all the assets and paying for the compensation and removing all the blockades they can remove, partial they can do, but is there a face-saving formula for both sides? That is not there. That's why I think so.
Right.
The fight will continue for some time. Yeah,
right.
Shivangi.
Absolutely. Major General, I really want you to hold on with us, stay on with us. We're getting some more breaking news for our viewers. And Trump is saying that the new Israel-Iran strikes will not affect peace deal. US President Trump said on Sunday that new strikes by Israel and Iran would not affect his administration's peace talks with Tehran, saying Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu does not call the shots. So this is what Trump has said.
Yeah.
And
Shivangi, if he doesn't call the shots, then who calls the shots? And even this is again Donald Trump being delusional and in his own way, and he thinks that I'm the boss, I'm leading everything. And you have Netanyahu who did not pay heed to the request or the call of Donald Trump in this case, Shivangi.
That's right. Let's go straight, of course, back to Major General Sanjay Soy, who's joining us. Major General, so Trump said that Netanyahu does not call the shots. However, what we are seeing playing out is telling a very, very different story, Major General.
I mean, it's a lot of entertainment for the whole world, the way statements of Trump come. Because every day something new comes. And
Entertainment amidst war. Entertainment amidst war.
I mean, imagine he says that Iran is coming to them with the peace deal. They are agreed for all the peace, and Iran says there's nothing. We don't want to do it unless our conditions are met. Same thing, Israel. The European Union is not listening to him. The NATO have distanced themselves from US. I mean, it is just because of one single man who had he kept quiet. I'm telling you, US has tremendous power. US has a lot of allies, a lot of friends. And had he just kept quiet, things would have been totally different, because he gives out something in the morning, he gives out something different in the evening, and then he retracts and he keeps doing. Everybody is listening to him. Who is listening to him? Nobody is listening to him. Every country has shown. China has told him that if you try something, Taiwan, there will be a war. I mean, each and every country has shown mirror to a country like US, which is the most powerful country. I mean, it is I think it's very surprising how can he be a leader of most powerful country in the world. The kind of maturity is totally missing, Shiva.
Yeah, definitely. But he sits on a very important position as we speak. But this war was clearly mismanaged. However, if you can speak about the tensions and the time, how long it can prolong, because it's definitely seriously impacting us, whether it be India or the Asian countries or other countries who are dependent on the oil that is coming from that location. Is Donald Trump and American government doing it deliberately because they want tensions to be there, because they want to sell Venezuelan oil also? Major Soy, can this also be a part of strategy? Do you think they want to sell oil themselves and remove the Middle East as the major oil seller?
You have hit the nail on the head, Shivam. Absolutely right point. And I always surprised in June, Venezuela has emerged to be the third largest supplier of oil for India. I mean, India has diversified our sourcing as far as India is concerned. And you see that there are no big lines on the petrol pumps. We are continuing with the oil supply. Yes, little bit prices have gone up. They are bound to go up. It is all a matter of demand and supply. But the fact is we have maintained supply. That is one point. Second thing is, it could be very much part of the US strategy, because not once but many times Trump has said, buy oil from us. We have enough oil. And fortunately, India has the capability of refineries which can treat heavy crude, which most of countries do not have. That's why that is a big advantage for us, that we can utilize the Venezuelan or US oil. And we are still continuing with Russia, we are continuing with some of the Middle East countries, we are continuing with the US, Venezuela, and I think more than 50 to 60 countries we are sourcing oil. So that is one point. But yes, that is second point, you're right. This could be the philosophy of US. Third point is that how long will it go on? I think there have been exchanges between US and Iran also. There have been exchanges. One attack, then retaliation, then it quietens down. peace talks continue. Same thing could happen here also. Okay, Iran has attacked, Israel has retaliated. What's the end of it? Again, things calm down. Iran has proven a point to Hezbollah. I am with you. I have carried out attack on Israel. And Israel has told their domestic population, we have retaliated. So, this round, if this round is over, the peace talks continue. That is what I feel could happen. It has happened in last 10 days. We have seen so many duels type taking place.
Right. Major General, I wanted to hold on for a second there. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Yeah. So we have some more information coming in regarding the escalation in the war raging across Middle East. The conflict is now spilling to neighboring nations. The U.S. Embassy in Jordan has issued an advisory for U.S. citizens. Shivam, what does it say?
Yeah, reports indicate missiles, drones or rockets are in Jordanian airspace now. As per the advice of U.S. Embassy for American citizens in Jordan, they have asked to seek overhead cover and shelter in place immediately. I have also asked them to remain indoors and pay attention to local announcements and alerts because you can't do anything else. And this is what we are talking about because the entire Middle East gets engulfed in the war. While you'll have some images of the Iranians celebrating, a section of Iranians celebrating on what's happening over the developments that they are attacking the so-called, in their language, they called the Zionist regime, terror regime of Israel, what they call. And now, Major General Sanjay Soy, coming back to you, again, we are seeing that the war that is supposed to be between Iran and America or Iran and Israel, it gets spilled over across the entire Middle East region. And now you're seeing action over Jordan. And then you have US Embassy telling them, yeah, okay, go seek shelter and pay attention to the local announcements. But then we are back again to the square one. And this clearly establishes that they have no solution, no immediate solution, no immediate pill for the menace that is because of the escalating war. They have no solution for the Iranian attack. Sir.
Shivam, absolutely right. I think next could be the Kuwait, UAE, Saudi Arabia. Any of these countries could be under attack because they are targeting all the American bases.
But they will be saved by Pakistan, don't you think so? Some countries will be saved by Pakistan.
I don't think so. Pakistan has any capability to do anything. If they can save themselves from in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and TTP and Baluch, that is enough for them. They just send their people for money so that the Saudi Arabia is paying them money. But that is beside the point. The fact is the pain points is being felt by the Gulf countries. As you know, earlier also in the last discussion, you highlighted that ultimately it is the Gulf countries which are going to suffer because their different sources are coming up for oil supply. Their economy was dependent only on oil. And if the oil exports stop, so they are going to suffer hugely. And then second thing was tourism. Tourism is getting affected. Third was huge investment was coming into Oman, Dubai, Qatar, and all these countries had become, Saudi Arabia had become a big destination for global investment. That is there. People are shying away from their real estate prices have gone down, have crashed. So there are many factors which are actually hurting Gulf countries, which Iran wants to tell that don't continue to support US. If that is what indirectly they have also brought up in their demand also that US bases should move out from these countries. So these countries may also feel at some point of time that they are getting attacked because of US bases in their area and they are not able to protect them. And ultimately their image among the local population also goes down. Imagine if the sultans are there, the kings are there. But had it been a democracy, the questions would have been asked to the government, what are you doing? The Iran is attacking us. What are they? You are a coward. This government is not doing anything. There are things that could have been there, which is because it is a monarchy they are able to sustain. But the fact is, ultimately, their images also go down in the lower local population. And that is what probably at some point of time, Iran has threatened them that if you retaliate, surprisingly, they are not retaliating. Because if you retaliate, I'm going to attack your palaces, I'm going to attack your infrastructure, I'm going to attack your desalination plant, I'm going to attack your electricity station. I mean, then they have nothing to do. They can't do anything. So they are keeping quiet. you'll be, I mean, very, very surprising that you are getting attacked, but you are not retaliating. So I don't think so anywhere in the world these kind of things will happen. A weakest country will also retaliate, but they are holding on just because they think and they don't want escalation to take place further. Shivam.
Major General Sanjay Soy, thank you for staying with us and getting us all those updates which are coming in. And yes, Shivam, we have a lot lined up for our viewers now, and we'll keep our focus on the Middle East situation. US President Trump has said the United States will not unfreeze Iranian assets or ease sanctions before a final agreement is reached in ongoing talks with Iran. Trump said discussions between Washington and Tehran are continuing, but indicated that any sanction relief would depend on the outcomes of the negotiations and Iran meeting agreed conditions such as on uranium.
Yeah, now the comments come as efforts to reach an agreement over Iran's nuclear program remain underway. However, the recent strikes and war escalation today morning would now make the Iranians think twice on the terms they put on the table. The fragile ceasefire is in essence dead, Shivangi. Here's more in this report.
The US is tightening its position on ongoing negotiations with Iran. In a recent interview, Trump said that billions of dollars in frozen Iranian assets will remain out of reach and sanctions will remain in place until a final peace agreement is signed. The message from Washington is clear: no upfront concessions, no advance relief, and no rewards before a deal is done. Trump also said that discussions with Tehran remain active, but stressed that any agreement must first address key concerns of the US. However, the US continues to insist that Iran must never be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon, with concerns around Iran's enriched uranium stockpiles being a major sticking point. Trump also demanded transparency from Iran on their nuclear program and what they intend on doing with the material. For now, both sides remain in talks, but with Washington refusing to ease pressure before a final agreement, the path to a negotiated breakthrough remains uncertain.
All right, Shivam, well, we're taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. TMC to move the High Court against Bengal Assembly Speaker's recognition of Ritu Prato as leader of opposition.
And also coming up, India-Bangladesh to hold annual Director General level border talks in New Delhi. First meeting since the BNP-led government assumed office in Dhaka.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate
बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
डॉक्टर से भी वापस सिर्फ कम बात मत अब
very so going still used in a race goes to a solve
और पनीर मसाला
या
in front of the media there's yeah, job to courts make his arch out basic respect what's in when the listening about in the of look to for that's also legal or public, you know, and for media, lady, 30 law the more so why did the judge in the
largest quarter
breaking public theme end of the day now launch again on tax in place was up due to well Netanyahu defied Trump's claims says doesn't India scheduled a new tariff submit speak move code against Bengal speak as new that in this branch launched is application well on the in setting launch to help that it must target out and look understood that country now Iran's Islamic prop it has air prop a very base as a response of displaced people of the nation for warning. Is this repeat response broader? The RC has said America in and this short is launch began. Rate now with that these Israel we have in two full have Tehran and in the neighboring city powerful have is as heard no so first after play and so far is two explode in her these has for which is the have come the powerful have been of Tehran and Donald request to Prime Minister all of is going to come control try to start time I think said just report we understand every that violent place show it stands over the 63 and about point report how place in it also and about 9 what so far is that markets and we join in with just very more but what we that is our hours of conflict and also and just with the Prana, what
the situation about has been short of percent about trading Brent crude $80 that should target the with south the time is 7 it's already points in 10 minutes and we is the capital it's going it's are
going to be on the chemical company going to be oil
remember is the 6 7 what estimate 6 so previous we to how because you know we are sort of and come up forward quarter of on
right each see the fall the south where is participate this time we see
where the market crisis being a major the war, US, in fact, some the very India. So this analysis the only
right.
Is what tell us.
Having a dates stay in with the oil. Now, just to develop or making is coming and the side strong Israel Yemen and guidance from Yemen warning who understand Houthis also join Israel and Israel. Yeah. My join the news, but we understand now back.
Same as Hezbollah is doing because triple three is on Iran. They never get into with when it I think that either or very close to Hamas to trouble to issue the Houthi. We are risk all options or by they all size scale they have also open required be not big for the that missile but then out of the and what it has case strike right if you will you so for this case so Iran now Yemen also country not so have
right and to alliances, cross. What is your Mr. Bak?
That I just let the president suppose he's treatment to river or it but given a that has because I think that is back and got his ability back. I thought like
stay where I come on, but breaking Arabia sounds like Saudi Arabia on a area where that for Saudi that Al airbase it other the which is where these which is this has not without understand these theories have taking place that is amazing.
Higher over the size rather than it is the topic that has got topic the side other yet is Iran is that is of the origin is so the other is the some of this in escalation could equally all public
very important. We need to focus. This Trump is who could the again Donald and the intercept. He must not deal with also be should to case
will now is to the we have 60 because yet stop that could and maybe
Thank you so much to the board for this war. The Houthis have but thank you for this conversation. Expert for I will stay longer. We have other news that I now reported for days. This development has in drove the US is earning across are in air who are in the missile in air. Now, urgent
from the US Department attack report missile rockets are joining space and as the citizen this case over and I'll read this much and pay the local now seen view and provide so this is that thinking some level they've always now are to the local so indeed big.
Thank you for joining updates to share for social web yeah this okay body you water in clay party
मेरी राजा
I want to start with a very disturbing in all right his real used of which is rape. He to buy and on pretending her then under he but here comes this got up some kind of some is be that the right to this country. Very I should say on issues I call right to
my car meeting for
The global employability rankings only follow 6 institutions for India ranked the third graduate. I am Delhi. IS Law. Bob. I am the I am amidst.
कभी स्टील
तुझे रास्ता उबा तैयार
very just making a good job of media back. In fact, should stop making overarching contemplate about greater people get down. Even the seem to listen about issues. Case Twisha thing that's all legal or public in media. Media specifically we should 30 door of X with and advocates
morning watching now coming up into full scale has Israel continues to create major Iran. Now, stability all are in if all of the from the region US one across in and there has lately and there's a policy of all first. Israel Netanyahu defends restraint try on Iranians in Iran. Claim used war is dealing with doesn't the shock. In claim by it's like had to tell you so let's speak rupee. Go is speaker the breath leader position. You will begin major with the in meeting in depth. It's not the European Union. It's also growth line. Military is happening party now being a DMK has for its election to move in term seek this means as much BJP is managing in its setback with part. The question is long will go together or to shine main confident meeting set on a thing. Another in the meeting with is being opposition anti face highlighting growing friction block ally development just crucial with question as to a issue exerting revolution in the which and parties see their major campaign. Now I call it more to you in the alliance on the major like the state from the it does the partners.
Very good morning, but just of a late in capital today, 23 joined India block meeting, but come the time when I remember time the meeting now just he including that this being claimed that made on the committee not and the violate boy this meeting in the day how least aligned to be more in the capital there are some other issues as well, but certainly that India alliance will also sign when TMC is getting invasion, she's the national with the end of issues and with that has affected all of these because the main near part these by now significant the it's complete ground check that they are blocking PP also early testing this which now to join hands is that I early
right and the coalition that's to be also same Congress and response so has called the big betrayal that finds that Congress the team. This development shows Congress toward a lot of opposition. Look, Congress is important and the should how in the they look at the big future like
these area
first just with us have our senior executive on to you I think that we were in almost the brink as opposing parties are against the party.
To present and who have these they under member had and the target we have alliance in led by the state the moment they some not being the line paper get to for them people want to be so I think in fact that is it takes well of course too late then not join by conference you know completely boycott of course entire has so there is no question the any elections were not and we going so I think while not we have done these said I don't put those posters they do Congress and whether providing leadership ability over leadership in their own
crisis coming in, or in now the stay of the Congress with the TVK, and also does this all signal a major rift? We know there's cracks, there's rifts, but will this really go through all the way towards a big breakup where the DMK no longer allies with the Congress or even the other opposition in the future also?
Well, you see, we don't know how the dynamics really play out, but irrespective of whether there is complete collapse, destruction, whatever you call it, the fact of the matter is it does not exist where it matters, which is in terms of electoral coordination when it comes to contesting elections. It's not just these regional parties like the Samajwadi Party or the Aam Aadmi Party, but look at the left, which is effectively non-existent now, and yet the kind of tiff that panned out between the Congress and the Communist Party, CPM, for example, in the context of Tamil Nadu, the way they have been called, Congress has called the CPM the B team of the BJP of none else, and the manner the Communist Party has sought an explanation. I think where it matters, the Indy does not exist in any way in terms of electorally challenging the BJP by coming together. That does not happen. Whatever remains is essentially optics. Whatever remains is essentially trying to be relevant in the national discourse. One would say you need a good, thriving opposition for a strong democracy. But these posters essentially tell us a different story, which is that the opposition, because it's a ragtag coalition, and in the states they contest against each other, and the Congress Party, because if it wants to come back, it has to contest these regional parties. So, for example, in Telangana against the BRS, in Kerala against the left, and now, of course, the DMK becomes an opponent in Tamil Nadu. So, of course, in the case of Bengal against Trinamool. So I think the Congress does not see any benefit by having a long-term ideological arrangement with all these parties, and that's why we are seeing the fracture really keeps coming off and on, but more so on occasions like this when they are trying to come together and present a picture of unity which does not exist on the ground.
Right. Thank you so much for all your inputs, Abhishek, and we will continue to track this story as it unfolds. And now, viewers, there was a statement given by Aam Aadmi Party leader Priyanka Kakkar regarding the statement, and saying that the Aam Aadmi Party will also not be attending the meeting called by the India Alliance. Let's take a listen in.
कि कांग्रेस जो भी अलायंस करता है, उनका सोल मकसद अपने आप को मजबूत करना है। उनका मकसद देश को मजबूत करने का नहीं है, देश हित में नहीं है। कल भी हमने देखा कि किस तरह युवाओं के खिलाफ खड़े हो गए, देश के युवाओं के खिलाफ खड़े हो गए। जो पार्टी देश के युवाओं के खिलाफ खड़ी हो, उसके साथ कैसे खड़ा हो सकते हैं हम लोग देश के युवाओं के साथ हैं। आपने देखा कि हाल ही में जो तमिलनाडु में चुनाव कंक्लूड हुए, एक दिन नहीं लगा उनको अपने अलायंस पार्टनर की पीठ में छुरा भोंकने से। हमने देखा अभी हिमाचल में जहां डायरेक्ट फाइट थी निकाय चुनाव में, क्या हश्र हुआ कांग्रेस का बीजेपी के आगे। हमने देखा कैसे असम की विधानसभा में जहां डायरेक्ट फाइट थी, क्या रिजल्ट है। नियरली 30 इयर्स हो गए कि गुजरात में कांग्रेस और बीजेपी के बीच में फाइट होता है, कंटेस्ट होता है। उनका क्या रिजल्ट निकलता है ये भी हमने देख लिया। हम देख चुके हैं कि डायरेक्ट फाइट में कहीं भी कांग्रेस बीजेपी को हराने में सक्षम नहीं है।
And viewers, moving on, the opposition is gearing up for a big showdown as 23 political parties have confirmed participation in the Indie Bloc strategy session today at the Constitution Club in New Delhi ahead of the upcoming monsoon session of the parliament. MK Stalin's DMK, a former Congress ally in the south, has reiterated it will skip the meeting. The party walked out of the Indie after the Congress ended their decades-old alliance in Tamil Nadu and joined Vijay's TVK-led government. Meanwhile, the CPIM will be represented by Rajya Sabha MP John Britas, even as the left continues to await a response from the Congress after allegations made during the Kerala Assembly election campaign. We have more on this report. Take a look.
The opposition is holding a big strategy session to prepare for the upcoming monsoon session of Parliament. The meeting also comes amid speculation that the government might reintroduce 2 constitution amendment bills it had failed to get passed earlier. Opposition had foiled the government's attempt to pass the delimitation and women's reservation bills, which required 2/3 majority during the budget session. "23 political parties have confirmed participation in the India Jan Bandhan meeting at Constitution Club in New Delhi today. MK Stalin's DMK, the Congress's former ally in South, has reiterated that it would skip the meeting. The party had walked out of the Indie bloc after the Congress, following repeated DMK refusals to allow it to be part of the Tamil Nadu government, called off their decades-old alliance and joined the alliance government led by Vijay's TVK. The DMK, hugely upset, said it will no longer be part of the Indie bloc. Even though the parties have conveyed their strong opposition to the PM Modi government, moreover, CPIM will be represented by its Rajya Sabha MP John Pratas at the Indie bloc meeting, though the left party continues to wait for a response from the Congress over allegations made during the Kerala Assembly election campaign. Among other parties, Farooq Abdullah's National Conference said it will attend the meeting. Mamata Banerjee, Akhilesh Yadav and Tejashwi Yadav will also attend.
Viewers, at this moment we have another breaking news coming in. A massive anti-encroachment operation is underway in Jaipur's Jagatpura area, with officials putting unprecedented security arrangements in place to maintain law and order. More than 3,000 police personnel have been deployed at the operation site and across the city, while additional forces have been stationed in sensitive locations, including the walled city. Internet services have also been suspended in several areas, and police are closely monitoring social media activities. Senior officers, including Additional Police Commissioner Dr. Rajiv Pachar, are on the ground, while Police Commissioner Sachin Mintal is personally overseeing the situation amid a city-wide high alert in the anti-encroachment drive, with bulldozer action expected as well. 3,000 police personnel have been deployed in key strategic areas, with even more stationed for if needed. And as of now, internet services have also been suspended.
देखिए, इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी राजधानी जयपुर में है, जहां आज राजधानी जयपुर में जेडीए की ओर से आज बड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी। अतिक्रमण हटाओ अभियान को लेकर आज राजधानी जयपुर में बड़ा अभियान चलाया जाएगा। इसको सबको लेकर तमाम जो अधिकारी हैं, साथ ही पुलिस है, वो फिलहाल यहाँ पर मौजूद है। बताया जा रहा है कि 3,000 ऐसे जवान हैं जो इस दौरान पूरी अतिक्रमण की कार्रवाई के दौरान यहाँ पर हैवी डिप्लॉयड जो जवान हैं वो यहाँ पर तैनात किए गए हैं। साथ ही बता दें कि ये वो पूरा इलाका है, नंदपुरी इलाका है, जहां पर ये पूरी कार्रवाई की जाएगी। साथ ही बता दें कि ये जो जगह है जिसमें बताया गया है कि नंदपुरी पुलिया से जगतपुरा तक, सेक्टर रोड तक जो है कार्रवाई है वो की जाएगी। और इस सब के बीच में तमाम ऐसे धार्मिक स्थल है जिनको चिन्हित किया गया है, जिनमें 2 मंदिर, एक भौमिया जी का चबूतरा, साथ ही एक मज़ार और एक मस्जिद पर भी ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई की जाएगी। साथ ही बता दें कि सेक्टर रोड अतिक्रमण की जेडीए की ओर से ये बड़ी कार्रवाई है। सबको लेकर पुलिस के जवान भी यहाँ पर तैनात किए गए हैं। और बड़ी खबर ये भी बता दें कि देर रात कल बड़ा एक ये फैसला लिया है कि राजधानी जयपुर में 24 घंटे के लिए इंटरनेट सेवा भी बंद रखी जाएगी। जेडीए के अतिक्रमण हटाओ कार्रवाई से पहले प्रशासन का ये बड़ा फैसला, जहां आज रात यानी कि 12 बजे से ही जो इंटरनेट सेवा है वो यहाँ पर बंद कर दी गई थी। हालांकि इसका जो असर है वो सुबह देखने को मिला, जो पूरी तरह से पूर्णतः जो इंटरनेट सेवा है वो सुबह यहाँ पर बंद कर दी गई थी। सबको बता दें कि 2G, 3G, 5G के साथ ही 5G इंटरनेट सेवा है वो राजधानी जयपुर में बंद रहेगी। तमाम ऐसे इलाके हैं जिनको यहाँ पर चिन्हित किया गया है, जिनमें जो इंटरनेट सेवा है वो बंद की गई है। लगातार जो अधिकारी हैं उनका आने का सिलसिला लगातार यहाँ पर जारी देखने को मिल रहा है। तमाम आला अधिकारियों की मौजूदगी देखने को मिल रही है। राजधानी जयपुर में ये सब पहली बार हुआ है कि जब अतिक्रमण की कार्रवाई से पहले जो पुलिस बल है, भारी पुलिस बल तैनात यहाँ पर किया गया है, क्योंकि देखिए इस सब के बीच में जहाँ पर कार्रवाई हो रही है वहाँ पर जो लोग हैं उनकी भी कहीं ना कहीं आस्था है, वो यहाँ पर उन लोगों से जुड़ी हुई है, उन धार्मिक स्थलों से जुड़ी हुई है। इससे पहले संवेदनशीलता को देखते हुए ये पूरा जो स्टेप है वो प्रशासन की ओर से लिया गया है, जीडी की ओर से ये बड़ी कार्रवाई आज राजधानी जयपुर में की जाएगी। सबके बीच में बता दें कि पुलिस कमिश्नरेट ने राजधानी जयपुर में 24 घंटे के लिए इंटरनेट सेवा भी बंद कर दी है।
So we will be continuing to track that story from Jaipur as a big anti-encroachment drive is underway with several police personnel deployed. But at this point, we are taking a very short break, but we'll be right back with you with more stories on the other side. Coming up next, Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel as retaliation against Israeli attacks on Beirut. Netanyahu defies Trump's calls for restraint, launches strikes on several Iranian cities, including Tehran.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है, तभी तो रिचमैन बनना नहीं आसान है। आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released.
Coming up next, Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel as retaliation against Israel's attacks on Beirut. And Netanyahu defies Trump's calls for restraint to launch strikes on several Iranian cities, including Tehran.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's sons...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. So we see escalation between Israel and Iran, cross-firing once again, which has been reported. We understand that more missiles are being launched from Iran towards Israel. That's what the IDF is saying. That means there is an uptick in the escalation. We'll get you all those updates, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel as a retaliation against Israeli attacks on Beirut. Netanyahu defies Trump's calls for restraint, launches strikes on many Iranian cities, including Tehran. Trump claims new strikes will not affect peace deal with Iran, says Netanyahu does not call the shots. DMK boycotts Indy bloc meeting scheduled for today in New Delhi, claims betrayal by Congress. 20 rebel TMC MLAs are going to head to Delhi to submit a letter to Speaker seeking separate grouping. TMC to move the High Court against West Bengal Assembly Speaker's recognition of Rito Prato as leader of opposition. Starting with the big breaking news coming in, the Indy bloc is meeting in Delhi today, but the spotlight is not just on opposition unity, it's also on the growing cracks within their alliance. 23 parties have confirmed participation, viewers, and former key allies like DMK and Aam Aadmi Party will stay away. The DMK is upset with the Congress over its post-election political moves in Tamil Nadu, and while the CPM is seeking answers over Congress's repeated attacks during the Kerala campaign. Now, for Congress, this meeting is as much about taking on the BJP as it is about managing discontent within its own alliance after a series of electoral setbacks and increasing friction within regional partners. The question is whether Congress can still hold the opposition coalition together or whether the Indy bloc is beginning to show signs of strain from within. So big updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. And what is happening today is the Indy meeting. Many of these opposition leaders have arrived for that meeting, including Mamta Banerjee, Arvind Kejriwal. They are going to convene here to talk about the current political situation in the country. However, what we are highlighting here is that within the Indy bloc itself, there are a lot of cracks which are coming out. Specifically, when we talk about the DMK, which called Congress a backstabber for supporting the TVK in Tamil Nadu. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. Getting some more breaking updates coming in. Political temperatures are rising ahead of the Indy bloc meeting, with fresh signs of unease emerging within the opposition alliance. Posters carrying anti-Congress messages have surfaced, highlighting growing friction among some of the bloc's allies. The development comes just ahead of crucial discussions within the coalition, raising questions about unity and leadership as opposition parties attempt to present a coordinated challenge on key national issues. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. Anti-Congress sentiment in those posters. And we have put out some examples of that right there on your screen. Coming at the backdrop of the meeting, the Indy bloc meeting, just after the big drubbing that the TMC got in the West Bengal election. So Congress's Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, TMC's Mamta Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee, SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, Tejasvi Yadav of RJD, Uddhav Thackeray of Shiv Sena, besides left leaders and those from smaller parties are going to be attending that meeting. So ahead of that meeting, we're getting you all those updates coming in. So many of these political parties of the opposition will meet to redraw their strategy to take on the BJP. But there are a lot of updates coming in of cracks within the Indy alliance itself. Getting some reactions. Let's play them out.
कि कांग्रेस जो भी अलायंस करता है उनका सोल मकसद अपने आप को मजबूत करना है, उनका मकसद देश को मजबूत करने का नहीं है, देश हित में नहीं है। कल भी हमने देखा कि किस तरह युवाओं के खिलाफ खड़े हो गए, देश के युवाओं के खिलाफ खड़े हो गए। जो पार्टी देश के युवाओं के खिलाफ खड़ी हो उसके साथ कैसे खड़ा हो सकते हैं हम लोग देश के युवाओं के साथ हैं। आपने देखा कि हाल ही में जो तमिलनाडु में चुनाव कंक्लूड हुए, एक दिन नहीं लगा उनको अपने अलायंस पार्टनर की पीठ में छुरा भोंकने से। हमने देखा अभी हिमाचल में जहां डायरेक्ट फाइट थी निकाय चुनाव में, क्या हश्र हुआ कांग्रेस का बीजेपी के आगे। हमने देखा कैसे असम की विधानसभा में जहां डायरेक्ट फाइट थी क्या रिजल्ट है। नियरली 30 इयर्स हो गए कि गुजरात में कांग्रेस और बीजेपी के बीच में फाइट होता है, कंटेस्ट होता है, उनका क्या रिजल्ट निकलता है ये भी हमने देख लिया। हम देख चुके हैं कि डायरेक्ट फाइट में कहीं भी कांग्रेस बीजेपी को हराने में सक्षम नहीं है।
Viewers, getting you some breaking news coming in. Protest continues against Pakistan federal government in POJK. And now let's tell you what's happening. There's a lot of discontent there. The people there of POJK are very unhappy with the way they have been treated. Rangers opened fire at protesters in Rawalkot. Eyewitnesses say that many killed in firing by Pakistan Rangers and thousands of people have gathered on the roads of Rawalkot against the atrocities by the federal government of Pakistan. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. We see that once again the protests continue in the POJK, in the POK region, and the unrest is deepening. The unrest is deepening there. And Pakistan Rangers are actually going ahead and opening fire at the protesters in POK. Eyewitnesses say that many have been killed in firing in POK. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. And POK, once again, on the brink of a widespread unrest, as many protesters are demanding that they should be treated better. They're asking for better treatment, they're asking for resources, they're asking for equality, but they are just not getting that. They are frustrated because they say there's inflation, unemployment, exploitation of resources in POK. I want to go straight across to my colleague, Gursimran. Gursimran, we understand that some of these protesters who are asking for equality, asking for rights, are being fired upon. Gursimran.
Yes, the protests that have begun in the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, now Pakistani administration, their rangers, their Islamabad police, all are trying to muzzle the voice of the common people of the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And yesterday what we have seen that a long march was started that has to pass through Rawalakot, and as early this morning it passed through Rawalakot. We saw rangers opening the fire at the civilian protesters. Some of the bites of the protesters have also emerged, in which they have said that they have seen many people lying on the roads because they were fired upon by the rangers. They are saying that many people have been killed in this this firing that has taken so far. But Shaukat Nawaz Mir, who is one of the key members and the key voices of the Awami Action Committee, he has said that this protest is going to intensify and it is not going to come down, despite a complete internet clampdown that the Pakistani federal government has done on the people of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. There are several videos that are emerging out from the POJK which clearly speaks volumes about the atrocities of the Pakistani administration and how they are trying to muzzle the voice, how they are trying to ensure that the people, they do not express their voice. What the people are demanding, that their resources be utilized for their benefit, their resources are not misutilized, there are democratic powers that are with them that are not given to anyone else, and that is the sole reason for which the people are protesting. They do not want the people from Punjab, they do not want people from other parts of the country to be elected to their assembly and then given the ministerial portfolios and then to decide their fate. They want their own people to be their representative in the assembly. That 12 seats are a point of contention between the federal government and now between the protesters.
That's right, Gursimran. Thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more. So protests continue in POJK. Okay, like the viewers, getting some breaking news coming in. We'll put our focus to what is happening between Iran and Israel. Fragile ceasefire in West Asia, which had been holding on for so far, seems to be completely collapsing, viewers, completely collapsing now. Israel has launched fresh airstrikes targeting military sites in central and western Iran, following missile attacks from Tehran in a significant escalation of tensions in the region. Iranian state media reported explosions in many cities, including Tehran, Isfahan, Karaj, Tabriz, many of these places, while airspace around Tehran's main international airport was temporarily closed. The Israeli military says it struck military targets linked to the Iranian regime, but Iranian authorities have yet to confirm the extent of the damage. The latest development comes amid stalled ceasefire negotiations between Iran and the United States. So pictures on your screen showing you what exactly has been happening. Israeli military launching a retaliatory strikes on Iran after Tehran attacked northern Israel. So cross-firing being reported there. Israel's military says it has launched strikes on military targets in western and central Iran. US President Trump had earlier urged Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, not to retaliate for the Iranian strikes. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Explosions are being heard. Two powerful explosions were heard in Tehran, and these explosions were heard in Tehran, Tabriz, Isfahan, all these places. We told you earlier, viewers, that the IDF has said that more missiles were launched from Iran towards Israel. So you can see that the missiles and drones are being launched from both the sides here. So IDF had said that another wave of Iranian missiles have been fired towards Israel. At the same time, powerful explosions are heard in Tehran, Karaj, and Tabriz. A ceasefire between US and Iran had come into effect on 8th April. Israel had backed the deal, but it said it does not include Lebanon. The IRGC promised to regret inducing response if strikes on Lebanon continued. And since then, the ceasefire has been quite shaky. It has been tested, and there have been mixed messages over the progress of the deal. However, because of this fragile ceasefire, we are seeing that once again, escalation has begun between Iran and Israel. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. Let's go straight across to the next set of breaking updates we're getting for you. The regional fallout from Israel-Iran conflict is now spreading, viewers, across the Gulf region. Saudi Arabia has sounded missile alert and sirens can be heard in multiple areas. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV, viewers, and let's tell you exactly what is happening. So once again, like the last time when the escalation was at its peak, we saw that the escalation had spilled over to the Gulf area, and once again, reporting for you that missile alerts have been sounded across Saudi Arabia and other nations of the Gulf. The warning is coming shortly after Israel launched strikes on targets inside Iran, raising concerns that the confrontation could draw more countries into the conflict. The Saudi state media confirmed the alerts but provided no immediate details on any incoming threat or interception. And one of the areas which are on alert are in the Al-Kharj governorate, home to the strategically important Prince Sultan Air Base, which hosts U.S. military personnel and assets. Okay, so we're getting these updates coming in, viewers, to Republic TV. Once again, we see that the escalation is spilling over to the other countries and nations in the Gulf region. Also, the IDF has said it has detected launch of a missile from Yemen towards Israeli territory. And viewers, a powerful magnitude 7.8 earthquake struck off the coast of the southern Philippines earlier this morning, triggering widespread tsunami warnings and causing significant structural damage. A tsunami up to 3 feet hit some Philippine coasts as President Marcos urged people to go onto higher ground to stay safe. Take a look at this report as we tell you more about this global development.
The southeast nation of Philippines suffered a massive 7.8 magnitude earthquake early on Sunday morning. The earthquake, which is the strongest to hit Philippines this year, struck at 7:37 a.m. Officials stated that the powerful earthquake caused damage in a key coastal city, knocking down power grids. Debris falling from other buildings also hit tricycle taxis parked nearby. Small commercial buildings also partially collapsed, resulting in staffers rushing to escape the wreckage. Meanwhile, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said tsunami waves up to 3 meters were possible on some coasts of the Philippines. Further, tsunami warnings have also been issued in neighboring nations like Malaysia, Indonesia and Taiwan.
All right, let's move ahead, viewers. Let's tell you a little bit more about the Middle East conflict. So the conflict now appears to be widening further. Israel says it has detected a missile launch from Yemen. That is right, triggering air and raid sirens across parts of the country. Now, the missile is believed to have been fired by Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi rebels who have previously targeted Israel during the Gaza conflict. Now, while the Houthis had largely stayed on the sidelines during the recent Israel-Iran confrontation, this latest attack raises concerns of another front opening in the conflict. Israeli forces say efforts are underway to intercept the incoming threats as regional tensions continue to escalate. Okay, so once again, viewers, we're getting these updates coming in. We stick on to what is happening in the conflict there. And speaking about Yemen, Israel is saying that missiles were fired from Yemen. So aerial defense systems are operating to intercept the threat. That is what Israel is saying. The IDF has said that it has detected launch of missiles from Yemen towards Israeli territory. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. So all the news alerts are on your screen. You can see that it is not just one nation firing a missile at the other. You can see that multiple nations are firing missiles at each other and is opening new fronts once again as the escalation gets more tense today. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers. We've also told you that Iranian state broadcasters are saying that there are explosions which have been reported in 3 cities in Iran after Israel said its air force had struck military targets in central and western Iran. And Israel saying it has struck military targets in western and central Iran. Okay, so let's move ahead. We'll stick on with what is happening right now when we talk about the Middle East situation. So breaking news developments coming in from Jordan this time. Reports suggest missiles and drones have been detected in Jordanian airspace amid the rapidly escalating regional conflict. In response, the U.S. Embassy has issued an urgent security advisory instructing American citizens and residents to immediately shelter indoors and await further guidance. Latest alert underscores growing fears that the Israel-Iran confrontation is spilling beyond its immediate borders, raising concerns of a wider regional security crisis across the Middle East. So more updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories that we are tracking. Okay, so we're getting more updates coming in right now. We will also tell you what Trump has said on this. Trump says that the new Israel-Iran strikes will not affect the peace deal. So this is a statement coming in from US President Trump. And US President Trump has said a short while back that new strikes, the ones that we're talking about today, the ones which have just happened, viewers, the new strikes by Israel and Iran would not affect his administration's peace talks with Tehran, saying that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu does not call the shots. So this is an update coming in, viewers. Donald Trump, once again, latest remarks saying that whatever is happening right now in terms of escalation in the Middle East will not really be affecting the peace deal. Also, let's tell you earlier that US President Trump had earlier urged the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, not to retaliate for the Iranian strikes. Okay, we're getting some more breaking news coming in. Saudi Arabia has sounded missile alerts. That is right. So once again, like we were telling you, viewers, that the escalation is spilling on into the Gulf region like it did the first time when the escalation was at its peak point a few months ago. Saudi Arabia is sounding missile alerts. Saudi Arabia sounded missile alert and sirens on Monday morning in an area which is home to an air base that hosts US forces. At least 2 explosions reported near Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Iran answering Israel strikes with a hit on a US base in Saudi Arabia. Remember that this is an established pattern that we are seeing. Attacks are reportedly over and further details are awaited on the damage and casualty reports. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV. We can see that when we talk about Saudi Arabia is sounding a missile alert, and Saudi Arabia has sounded missile alerts in an area home to an air base that hosts US forces. At least 2 explosions were reported near the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. And shifting focus, 3 Air India aircraft were damaged at Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport on Sunday evening after strong winds and heavy rain caused ground support equipment to break loose and collide with the parked planes. Here's more on this development.
Three Air India aircraft parked at Delhi airport were taken out of operation on Sunday evening. This after storm-like conditions resulted in ground support equipment breaking loose and colliding with parked planes. 2 out of the 3 Air India A320 planes taken out of service are expected to return within days, while the third could remain grounded for a longer period. As per reports, powerful winds and rain displaced multiple pieces of ground support equipment. The incident resulted in airport operations being disrupted on Sunday evening, thereby affecting flight schedules. Further investigations into the matter are currently underway.
And 3 years after ethnic violence erupted in Manipur, the humanitarian toll continues to mount. An RTI response obtained by activist and writer Hareshwar Goswami has revealed that hundreds of internally displaced persons have died while living in relief camps and temporary shelters. The data also highlights the continuing challenges faced by thousands who remain displaced across the state. Take a look.
An RTI response has now shed fresh light on the human cost of the Manipur conflict. The information sought by activist Hareshwar Goswami details the conditions of thousands displaced by violence that began in May 2023.
One more interesting thing is, even the government of Manipur is trying its best level to resettle all the IDPs. Approximately by the beginning of the crisis till now, a total of 60,000 IDPs have been internally displaced. Till now, an approx number of 43,676 number of IDPs are still residing in relief camps, prefabricated houses, still waiting for the government's swift action to send them back to their respective houses.
According to the RTI reply, 756 internally displaced persons have died while staying in relief camps, which includes 25 deaths classified as unnatural.
Regarding the unnatural deaths, they have given the details by way of committing suicide and other means also. Other unnatural deaths by injuries, these accidents, altogether that is unnatural death. Deaths altogether that is 25.
The data also points to continuing health concerns as many displaced persons are reported to be suffering from incurable illnesses.
Some diseases, they have given very precise details of the IDPs suffering their diseases, this and that, illness, type of illness. Like Additional Deputy Commissioner Jiribam provided very detailed information. Some are just avoiding. That issue I'm raising against in the next year in the Commission. Why they are doing this, giving such a incomplete information. I will raise it again.
Officials' figures also show around 43,000 people are still living in relief camps and temporary housing across Manipur.
We request the government to give a free medical to every hospital and every healthcare center, so we can afford and we can give a good medical treatment to our IDP.
The figures underline the long-term impact of the ethnic conflict in Manipur. This, as thousands of families still continue to wait for a return to normalcy nearly 3 years after the violence erupted.
And we were taking a short break, but do not go anywhere. We are live and breaking. Coming up next, DMK boycotts Indie bloc meeting scheduled for today in New Delhi. It claims betrayal by the Congress. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right.
Coming up next after the break, is Indy collapse imminent? More details after the short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son
Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel as retaliation against Israel attacks on Beirut. Netanyahu defies Trump's calls for restraint, launches strikes on several Iranian cities, including Tehran. Trump claims new strikes won't affect the peace deal with Iran, says Netanyahu doesn't call the shots. And DMK boycotts Indy bloc meeting scheduled for today in New Delhi, claims betrayal by Congress. "20 rebel TMC MPs likely to head to Delhi to submit letter to Speaker seeking separate grouping." TMC to move High Court against Bengal Assembly Speaker's recognition of Ritabrata as leader of opposition. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a focus on the West Asian conflict, and the war has escalated back to square one, back to as it earlier was, and no effect of the fragile truce, the fragile ceasefire. Loud explosions were heard in multiple cities across Iran, and this is the retaliation by the IDF. IDF has responded even after Donald Trump asked Netanyahu not to retaliate, not to strike back, but IDF was waiting for a green light, for a green signal, and it got the green signal by Netanyahu, and it has struck Iran and the major cities at multiple locations in Iran. Also, the airport in Iran has also been struck. That's the latest that we are getting on your screen. Visuals are there, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, Netanyahu has defied Trump's warning and he attacked Iran even after the warnings, because Donald Trump wanted peace to prevail and he wants to be a champion of the peace. He wants to become a peace maker, peace broker in this entire West Asian conflict. All right, visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's go across to the latest visuals that we have. And these are another set of visuals that we are getting. And these are visuals that I'm being told, these visuals are from Beirut. First on Republic, exclusive visuals, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen, Beirut, Lebanon, and the war is back. And because Hezbollah is the target for IDF, for Israel, and IDF is striking the Hezbollah targets in Beirut, in Lebanon, and to protect and to show solidarity, because it's a proxy for Iran, for Hezbollah. Iran has also struck back at Israel, and there was a counter-strike. There were counter-strikes by the Israeli Defense Forces aimed at Iran. Multiple cities have been struck by the IDF, and this is the latest visual that you're getting from Beirut, from Lebanon. Visuals of Israeli strikes on Beirut emerge. Now more devastation will prevail and more destruction will happen, because Iran has escalated this war. And IDF, Israel was already striking Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, in Beirut, because of the proximity it has with Lebanon in this case. And but this clearly infuriated, made angry the Iranian regime. The IRGC struck Israel in this case. Live visuals and exclusive visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, visuals of Israeli strikes on Beirut. IDF's Beirut strikes reignite the wider Middle East war. That is what we are getting. In a short while, we'll be having the guests also that will be live with us for a comment on what's unfolding here. But these are the latest set of visuals. As you can see, this is IDF's Beirut strikes, which are reigniting the wider Middle East war. Now, these are a set of visuals. The earlier visuals were of the attack first by Iran as a retaliation, as a revenge strike over the attacks by the IDF that were against the Hezbollah. All right, we will be having the panel of experts joining us for a comment. I would like to welcome, I have here, we have a defense analyst also. We have Major General K.K. Sinha joining us. We have Terry Newman, Chairman Public Relations of BINA, joining us, and Captain Shyam Kumar, retired former naval captain. Thanks a lot to all of you for joining. First, Terry, I would like to come to you for a comment on what's unfolding, because these are fresh set of strikes that are happening against Israel. Israel has responded, but Donald Trump clearly asked Netanyahu to not respond. Why exactly do you think Netanyahu took the decision of striking Iran back? First comment on that.
It's a good afternoon. What is happening at the moment is a fight over the future of Lebanon. On the one hand, you've got discussions being held by the Lebanese government with the Israeli government happening in Washington under the US leadership, primarily under Rubio. And against that, you've got Iran themselves that are trying to keep Hezbollah in charge. Now, because Israel and the Lebanese government are getting closer to an agreement, Hezbollah is attacking Israel more and more. And Israel has now gone in and attacked certain parts of the Hezbollah strongholds in the center, in the capital of Lebanon. In response to that, the Iranians have attacked Israel directly. Yeah. Now, Trump is very aligned with the Israeli position. It's true that what he is saying publicly is this is not the future of Lebanon is not what is the central part of the American-Iranian war. So he's kind of taking a back seat, but everything is coordinated. And we will see that Israel will not allow Iran to breach Israeli sovereign territory. This morning we've also had missiles fired, Iranian missiles, but from Yemen. Yeah. And so this is a reminder this is a broader war.
Yeah, Terry, but also the kind of comments that Donald Trump is making. He just said, I'll come back to my esteemed other guests also in a while, but Terry, a response is important on the statement by Donald Trump. He's saying that Netanyahu doesn't call the shots. Earlier, there was a phone call between Donald Trump and Netanyahu, and that also was a tense phone call. Now, we clearly understand that US supports Israel, Israel supports US, but is the situation very tense that such statements are being made by Donald Trump, that Netanyahu doesn't call the shots, but Netanyahu took a stand, Terry?
I remind you that in February, just before the very coordinated US-Israeli attack on Iran, which took out the Iranian head of state, there were also many reports in the press about Donald Trump attacking the Israeli prime minister. This is something which happens time and time again. Last summer, before the Israeli attacks on Iran, there were multiple reports of Trump falling out with the Israeli prime minister. Yeah. So I wouldn't read too much into it. It's smoke and mirrors.
Okay. So we want to avoid a comment on that. Let me go to Major General K.K. Sinha first for a comment on that. Major General K.K. Sinha, we are back to square one. We thought that the situation will improve, and it's very tense for the entire world. The prices of commodities, oil, energy, everything is rising, and there seems to be no solution to this crisis. Your take on the recent escalation?
Good afternoon, Jahan. What you said that we are back to the square one, of course, we are back to the square one. You know, when we say that it started with 2025 in June, 12 days war, then 40 days war, 28 February. And even after that, the ceasefire from 8 April onwards is not holding. Every time is breaking. Iran is also firing to those bases, whether it is Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar, they are doing it. And they are also Saudi Arabia. And now, after a lot of restraint, I believe, they have done it to Israel. Now, 11 missiles which has been fired yesterday, and retaliation has come, which is, I feel, the airstrike which is taking place in Tehran, Isfahan, and Truce. I think it is holding back in a retaliation, in spite of the fact that Israeli knows. IDF knows without United States, America support, they can't go. This air warfare, can't do anything, to matter of fact, until unless we put the troops on the, on the ground. Until unless you carry it out, let anyone say anything. But it is not working it out. So this escalation is there because, the Israel wants to have a greater area. Litani River, 29 kilometers. IDF forces are inside in that area. 3 divisions. They wanted to enter even Beirut, South Beirut, which Trump was able to get it, to stop it there. If it would have gone, it would have been major escalation. Now, today, escalation has gone because Bab el-Mandeb area in Red Sea, the Houthis are firing. If that opens up, it will have a dual effect. That is about 20% of the energy, which has both oil and other energy resources.
Major General K.K. Sinha, the big question is why now? Why Iran chose to respond now? Because did it think that it is high time I should respond? Otherwise, I will lose control over Hezbollah and the proxies. Is that the reason it struck?
See, I don't think the Hezbollah and Houthi has gone down. They are fully in sync with it. Of course, their capability has gone to the major extent because in Bekaa Valley, they can't take it out. Saying you can go up to even Beirut, southern suburbs of Beirut, you can enter. But in Bekaa Valley, can they do it? They can't. From Syria, Americans have withdrawn. They have vacated all their bases.
Okay.
And this is because the off-ramp they wanted to have, which they are not getting. And I think Israel, Netanyahu, personally, and this bickering, that, they had got a face-off, they are not, it is not in the blue, thin air. There are substances are there. Because there in the Trump's administration, especially the Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio, is on their side. J.D. Vance is somewhere else. Pentagon is not in the favor because, whatever they say, the ground reality is there. They can't carry on because if they get involved fully in the West Asia, Indo-Pacific will be open and thereafter the Arctic because the battle is shifting, whatever they say. And, Trump has come with, package of Venezuela in mind, Cuba he is thinking. He thought that it will be very, they did a spectacular, thing on 28th February. The strike was about 1,300 strike.
But even amidst all of this, Donald Trump is claiming, Captain Sham Kumar is claiming that we are very close to striking a deal with Iran. Is he acting delusional? Does he understand the reality, or this is again his way of handling things? Is it information warfare or warfare of a different sort that he's trying to pressurize psychologically?
Thank you, Jai Hind, Shana Varuna. My analysis of this war from the beginning is a little different and away from the many of views that are being expressed. Let me tell you very clearly, this war has been planned by for last 40 years, many of the presidents. Biden has done most of it. Lord Austin, who was the Secretary of War with Biden, from Afghanistan withdrawal, they decided that they will not stay anywhere with boots on ground. Global war on terrorism will be different. There will be mission-based deployment. And I call it hit and run. You may say Trump is on the knees, 40 days, nothing, no winning ability. Early morning, you don't find a lot of fire. There is no glamorous war going on. So there is no war going on. There is no winning streak. See, injured win is a different win. America does not want to be injured and then win it. He can do it. And saving himself from the war and saying that I am also winning is the version of Iran. Please understand this point. Today, if you say anything about America, they are not bothered. There is no ethical statements like that of a political leader. Trump is out of it. And he is intentionally doing it because intent was Biden, intent is by Mr. Trump. And he is not bothered for all this. That's why psychological warfare, peace talks, table talks, behind the curtain whispers, green room maneuvers, under the carpet dialogues during summit, as it happened in China, all this is part of it. Please understand, withdrawal from NATO, strengthening yourself, European Union, I will not support Ukraine war. Venezuela, aircraft carrier attack and come back.
You're making a very important point, Captain Sham Kumar. You're making a very important point because even in the beginning, before the war began and the war happened, even during those times, there were talks happening between US and Iran. Even so, now there is a very big trust deficit that we are seeing. But I have a big breaking news. I'll need a commentary on this breaking news from you first. Israel strikes Karun petrochemical company in Bandar Mahasher, as per the Iranian state media, and smoke rising from the Karun petrochemical company in Bandar Mahasher, Khuzestan. Now, meanwhile, Iran launches new wave of ballistic missiles at Israel. Now, this is another set of escalation that we are talking about, and energy assets, and if they are struck, then the escalation becomes the impact and the devastations, repercussions even become bigger. And this is Israel striking Karun petrochemical company in Bandar Mahasher. Exclusive First on Republic visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, this is southwest Iran, and a company in Bandar Mahasher, as per Iranian state media, has been struck. Smoke rising from the Karun petrochemical company in Bandar Mahasher can be seen exactly on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to Terry for a comment on what's exactly happening right now. Terry, the escalation has happened all of a sudden. Will Israel be continuing its war against the proxies in this case? And secondly, both the parties got time to replenish the stockpile, their weaponry. Even Israel, when we talk about your interceptors, you were losing interceptors. Can we say that now Israel is in a position that it can fight a prolonged war against Iran without US support for a long time or for a short while? Your comment on that too is very important, Terry.
So we'll start on the proxies. Yes, Israel will continue its fight against the proxies because the proxies are an existential threat to the continued existence of the state of Israel. Those proxies are both in Lebanon in the north. We've also had infiltration inside of Israel. Yesterday, there was a shooting attack inside of Israel, and this morning we had attacks from Yemen, from the Houthis, so that will continue. In terms of interceptors, so certainly over the last month and a half since the ceasefire came in, there's been huge airlifts of interceptors coming both into Israel and into the nations of the Gulf, into the UAE, into Qatar, into Bahrain. And so we are definitely in a stronger position. Israel will not fight this war without America. It might be that Israel leads this and America is from behind, as opposed to the last time where Israel and America fought shoulder to shoulder. But certainly the entire Israel military system is based on coordination with the United States, and therefore it will continue to be a joint US-Israeli initiative.
But Terry, what exactly has changed since the war began? Both the sides had time. Did you develop something different apart from the interceptors, the $1 million interceptors that you keep firing, and the $1,000 of the drones that are being fired? And because the war economics doesn't match from both the parties, and it was getting costlier even for United States, America, for USA also, their army also, to keep continuing fighting this war. And Iran on the other side have cheaper drones, cheaper missiles. It can keep on firing that. Has there been a change in strategy or shift on that? Any research done on that?
Yeah. So there's been loads of research done on that. Lasers are now being brought into the defensive system. Let's remember, though, that the drone attacks on Israel that have been effective have primarily come from Hezbollah in the north rather than from Iran, because from Iran you've got over 2,000 kilometers. So they're mainly struck out before they arrive here. The missiles, the ballistic missiles, are not $10,000 ballistic missiles that the Iranians are sending. They are very sophisticated missiles, and again, they are being blown out of the air. What has also been done successfully now is the Iranians using what can only be described as blatant war crimes have been using exploding heads on these ballistic missiles, such that they then have 50 to 100 bits of shrapnel that fly out to hit civilians anywhere completely untargeted. We've now found ways in order to prevent that from happening, and that is something which will be coming in, which will hopefully save more civilian lives.
Terry, a very important question, and I would require a very honest response from you. How big is a threat? How big of a threat it is this time when it comes to the attack from Iran against Israel? How much prepared Israel really is? Because the threat perception is very important in all war scenarios. One comment from you, then I'll go to other guests.
Sure, Israel is immensely well prepared. The home front is immensely well prepared, as we saw in the last war. What you will see changing now is that Israel will now attack dual-use targets in Iran. You mentioned the petrochemical facility this morning. Those assets which serve both military and civilian in Iran, which in the past were spared, will no longer be spared.
Okay. I'll just go to my other guests also for a comment on what's exactly happening. Major General K.K. Sinha, your response on the kind of preparation from all the sides, because this is going to escalate. We'll keep showing the breaking news developments, but what about the preparations from Israeli side and the Iranian side? Restockpiling, rearmament, and all that has happened.
See, as far as Israel is concerned, they are getting their supplies from United States of America, interceptors. And they had a fairly good air defense system, which they, Iron Dome in the form of Iron Dome. And along with that, the THAAD missile, Patriot missile, which has all come. But the matter of the fact is there is a real shortage. Whatever the people say, for 4 decades, missiles, the interceptor were fired in 40 days war, including that 12. So they are down. And it is for the 10 years, let anyone say anything. Militarily, it is not possible to have this interceptors, to be ready. Even you put it because they do not have that much of, manpower and production capability. Now, as for that...
So, General Sinha, are you saying that Iran is better placed? Does your comment mean that Iran is better placed comparatively to Israel?
Yeah, totally.
Terry, would you agree to this statement? Terry, would you agree to this statement? Because I asked you for an honest opinion. What's the threat level? I would request all to stay on air or on the windows, but Terry, your comment on that. Because he's saying that it's quite difficult to restockpile everything.
Has been able to stockpile faster and prepare. But let's remember that what the Iranians have done, they've been able to fix many of the problems that happened from the last war. Last time we took them by surprise. This time they're certainly more ready. But even if you look at your screen, you've got a picture of the former supreme leader at the top. He's no longer alive even. Right? The entire Iranian regime has had to go through a major change. Yes, they are ready, but I think that Israel will be in a much stronger position, and the Americans are also far more aware of what the Chinese and the Russians are doing. So I expect this to be a situation where Israel takes the upper hand.
Okay. Major General Sinha, is this? Will you take this as a patriotic statement, a positive statement, being optimistic? Captain Shyamkumar, I'll come for a comment to you also, but short comment, Major General Sinha, then Captain Shyamkumar.
See, I guess
is Terry optimistic, sir? Is Terry optimistic? Yeah.
He's optimistic about it. It's good. That you have to, and they have proven to a certain extent. Okay. But we should take, the actual battle. 12 days war. It was Israel which gave up. The way the Ben Gurion field, Haifa, they were hit, and Khurram Sahib 4. It is devastating into the nuclear assets which they have got in the Negev desert. In 40 days war, first day spectacular. Thereafter, after 40 days, they gave up.
Okay.
Mind you, this new dimensions of cheap drones, new dimensions of missiles, and they have got two-thirds. This is not my estimate. This is the American Pentagon, estimate is intact. They were able to get it back. They have got supply from Caspian Sea, from the north, from Russia. They have got the supply from the Silk Route from China.
Okay.
So as far as I'm concerned, the two major power is supporting them. The Iran has got from where they have got the confidence. When Ayatollah Al-Khamenei, who was the supreme leader, he was there, he used to go down. Mujtaba is not going down. He is the IRGC commander.
Okay.
And they have got two things up their sleeve. And that has become their Ramban. Okay. One is that they can hit any air base.
So you mean to say, I'll come for a comment to Captain Shyamkumar also on that. You mean to say clearly that Mujtaba Khamenei is a bigger threat in this entire scenario? Yeah. We are a bit short of. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. He is calling the shot, and he is not. No one is able to reach. Even the Iranian IRGC top lots are not ready. Able to reach to him.
Okay.
He is operating from a thin air. No one knows. Certainly Iran doesn't know, Israel doesn't know, American doesn't know, otherwise would have been eliminated by now. They are not able to do it. So we have to understand the ground reality. Ground reality is this: how Iran has become all of a sudden to hit back. Operation Prosperity Guardian. This is the fourth retribution. They were retaliating. They have retaliated what they did in Lebanon. But we have to understand this.
Okay.
And mind you, the day November is reaching very fast for both Trump and also for Netanyahu.
Okay, I would request all of you to please stay with us, but we'll have to shift our focus on a national development, big national development that we are getting from the nation. It is from Falta. Now, Falta's TMC candidate. This is another big breaking news development that we are getting. Falta's TMC candidate Jahangir Khan has been arrested from Nepal border area. Very big, ladies and gentlemen, and he was supposed to flee in Nepal, and that's the latest that we are getting. Big breaking news development. This is the very big development that we are talking about. Falta's TMC candidate Jahangir Khan has been arrested from Nepal border area. He was supposed to flee from Nepal. This is the latest that we are getting. Big action is happening post the defeat of TMC in the elections, and now we are getting that this is TMC's Jahangir Khan who has been arrested. Jahangir Khan has been arrested. Big breaking news development on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. TMC's Jahangir Khan arrested from Nepal border. This is what we are getting. Falta of the TMC's Jahangir Khan arrested from Nepal border, and this is the latest on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Falta Trinamool Congress candidate Jahangir Khan arrested by Special Task Force of the Bengal Police from Nepal border. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up after the break. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get you more details from the West Asian conflict. Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel as retaliation against Israel attacks on Beirut.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great.
Up after the break, war again in West Asia, and this time Israel also struck back, hits Iranian cities.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा मसाला। प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिप। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel as retaliation against Israeli attacks on Beirut. Netanyahu defies the Trump's calls for restraint, launches strikes on several Iranian cities, including Tehran. Donald Trump claims the new strikes will not affect peace deal with Iran, says Netanyahu doesn't call the shots, I do. DMK boycotts Indie bloc meeting scheduled for today in New Delhi, claims betrayal by Congress. 20 rebel TMC MPs likely to head to Delhi to submit letter to speakers seeking separate grouping. TMC to move High Court against Bengal Assembly Speaker's recognition of Ritu Pratap Banerjee as the leader of opposition. Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. And now our top focus, what's happening in West Asia. Now viewers, the fragile ceasefire in the region which had been holding on for so far is now completely collapsed. Israel has launched fresh airstrikes targeting military sites in central and western Iran following missile attacks from Tehran in a significant escalation of tensions in the region. Now, Iranian state media reported explosions in several cities, including Tehran, Isfahan, Karaj and Tabriz, while airspace around Tehran's main international airport has now been temporarily closed. The Israeli military says it struck military targets linked to Iranian regime, but Iranian officials have yet to confirm the extent of the damage caused in the latest attack. Now, viewers, the latest developments come amid stalled ceasefire negotiations between Iran and the US, and at least 2 explosions have now been reported near Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Now, that's the latest we're fetching for you at the moment as developments continue to come to light from West Asia. Now, Iran answering Israel's strike with a hit on a US base in Saudi Arabia is the established pattern. In fact, we've seen this unfold several times before as well. And now attacks are reportedly over. Further details are awaited on the damage and the casualty caused in these strikes. But what we know so far, viewers, is that air raid sirens have been sounding in Saudi Arabia as well. So now potential fears of a spillover are coming to light. We're looking at attacks not just on Iranian territory or Israeli territory, but attacks across West Asia are being reported. The latest one has now been reported from Saudi Arabia. This is where air raid sirens have been sounded. In fact, so we are looking at several developments coming to light from West Asia as the ceasefire in the region has now completely collapsed. And we are looking at Saudi Arabia also now getting into the conflict with air raid sirens being sounded across the Gulf country, while Iran launches ballistic missiles across Israel as well. So it is the point of contention of Lebanon, which has reignited the war in West Asia. All right, now joining us on the broadcast to decode these developments coming to light, Colonel Rajiv Agrawal. He's a West Asia expert and a senior research consultant at CRF. Also joining us is Dr. Wael S. Awad. He's a senior journalist and West Asia strategist. Thank you to both of you for joining us. Coming to you first, in fact, Mr. Awad, I want to ask you, how do you look at these developments coming to light? It looked like we were inching closer to a peace deal between Iran and the US, but now clearly the war has spilled over and Beirut, Lebanon, in fact, remains at the point of contention.
Well, absolutely. I believe the American and the Iranian were too close to sign an agreement, that the discussion is already on, and the backdoor diplomacy have been achieving some progress. In fact, it was only the elephant in the room. Netanyahu was against any kind of a deal, especially when the Iranian linked the ceasefire in all the fronts, including Lebanon, where he refused and he wanted to continue with his policy toward Lebanon and occupying the south part of Lebanon, where it is the Litani River and Zahrani, and that is the source of the Israelis' objective of getting that first the water and secondly to prevent the Hezbollah and his supporter from coming closer to the Israeli northern part. So this is the objective, has not been achieved, and I believe this attack has been carried out because of the provocation, and the Iranian warned the Israelis to stop attacking the Dahiya of Beirut, which is a congested area with the Shia population. And when he continued this attack, then they had nothing to do with to retaliate. So I don't think it's an all-out war. It's just a tit for tat, and we have to watch the coming hours whether it's going to be a full-fledged war again.
All right, now taking this conversation forward to, in fact, Colonel Rajiv Agrawal, who's also present with us. Colonel, I want to ask you, we have seen this before. Also, in the past 3 months, such a tit-for-tat attacks have unfolded before. So, today when we are looking at a war spilling over to Saudi Arabia as well, do you think this is likely to escalate further, or do you think we could go back to the negotiating table at the moment?
Thank you, Ishita. This is a very, dicey situation now, because the tit-for-tat attacks were happening, if you remember, in Strait of Hormuz, when Iran had downed US MQ-9 drones, and then they had attacked the island and the airbase, air defense sites. So Iran had retaliated against Kuwait and Bahrain, the US bases, and that was the end of it. But what has happened in last about 12 hours looks quite dangerous for two reasons. Firstly, Iran and Israel both have now got directly involved in striking each other's territory. Saudi Arabian airbase has been targeted, and as you are showing on your screen, the Yemen Houthis have also joined, and they have also fired missiles at Israel, although they have been intercepted. So to me, it looks really precarious, and it could go out of control anytime. It is very clear that Israel is not listening to the United States, and to specifically say Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening to Donald Trump. And Lebanon has to be the trigger, because even on the 8th of April, when the ceasefire was signed or agreed upon, Lebanon was one of the contention. But even when the fighting was going on in southern Lebanon, Iran did not react, because it was considered a local conflict between the Hezbollah and Israel. But Beirut was a red line, and despite Trump's warning and caution and Iran's warning Israel when it struck Daya, neighborhood in Beirut, Iran, I think, did not have any option but to retaliate. Otherwise, its credibility would have gone down.
All right, sir, I take your point. Also joining us on the broadcast is now Captain Sham Kumar. He's a former naval captain and a defense analyst. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I want to ask you, sir, because you understand, the kind of impact the entire world has been reeling due to IRGC maintaining the complete control over Hormuz. So with now Houthis also entering the war actively, another front seems to be opening for Israel. What is the impact we're looking at as far as, maritime traffic is concerned due to this war?
Thank you, Jayan Sharavarana. First of all, it had to happen. There is no doubt in my mind, from the beginning of war, which have expressed from your channel and otherwise in writings, it had to happen. Americans have come, in the Gulf with a lot of intentions. The intent was of Biden, and intent is by Trump. Israel was looking at Hamas and Hezbollah, and then America brought Israel into the war last year for 12 days. It was again not Netanyahu who has brought America to Iran. Gulf is target of America, and Middle Iran and Caspian is target of Israel. Whenever Israel tried to fire even in Pars oil plants, Israel was reprimanded by Trump. So you remember, that's why he's saying, I am calling the shots. That means the major war, actually aim of war is visible aim is to make the Strait of Hormuz free for navigation. And the second invisible aim is uranium. Please remember, America has for this, till the time these aims are achieved, Strait of Hormuz functional control is taken over and given to Gulf countries as the golden age phenomena, which is said after 40 days of war. Please remember these things in chronological sequence, then only we will understand. One more point I want to make it here. Please remember, if we actually analyze the war early morning by reactions, it will never come down our mind, and our viewers will be confused. I must tell you, America has come to a policy of mission-based deployment, hit and run, no boots on ground, no stationary level of stationary fight, global war on terrorism, no removal of regimes on a permanent solution. If the aims are achieved from far, from the distance, Americans will do it, whether withdrawal from NATO, whether picking up Venezuela's president, whether strengthening Gulf countries or saying European Union in Ukraine war that please look after yourself. All this is part of it. These are done by Biden and Lord Austin, who was Secretary of War in last 5 years from 21 to 25 after withdrawal of Afghanistan. So please remember, this war is, I have got a lot of patience. The world economy is fluctuating. Strait of Hormuz is being slowly sanitized, and good boy syndrome. Americans are trying to say that we are trying to establish a good phenomena in the Strait of Hormuz. That is why EU, European Union, 22 countries, International Maritime Organization, they have decided they will also come. And that is why in Red Sea, Charles de Gaulle is there, France aircraft carrier. Houthis may open this front, but that will be taken over by the similar forces as Prosperity Guardian, etc., which happened in 2023-24. There will be more nations involved into it on a different role, on a humanitarian crisis, and they will also fight. This is a slow war. It's a naval warfare, maritime engagement. Relation will continue. That's why Israel is back onto the mid-Tehran and middle of the landward attacks, and Americans will call shot in the Gulf. This is how this war will go on. Many articles, many of the videos, many of the expressions I have done. I am not changing, but I am patient. I have patience. I am watching it the same way. My viewers, through your viewers, through this channel, would also probably follow the same lines. Thank you.
To see how this pans out for West Asia and for a larger country as well at the moment. In fact, I'll request all three of you to stay with us. We're getting some breaking news development at the hour that Prime Minister Netanyahu is set to hold security cabinet meeting in just a short while from now, and the meeting is expected to focus on what will be Israel's strategy going forward as Iran has now launched a fresh wave of ballistic missiles. So it's a very close-knit meeting that's taking place. In fact, at the behest of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who remains defiant, who's not giving in to the calls and the pressure increasing on his country for restraint. So a meeting, in fact, to begin shortly to discuss what will be Israel's strategy going forward as far as Iran war is concerned. Now, this comes at the time when Iran, in fact, has launched a fresh wave of ballistic missiles against Israel. Now, joining us, in fact, on the broadcast, Doctor, while coming back to you on this, I want to ask you, if you look at the larger picture, for the last 3 months, IDF has continued strikes on Beirut, and Iran's military capability has also been severely diminished, while US seems in no mood to resume this war. So, if we talk about resuming of war, we also have to talk about the capacity. Do they have stamina? Do they have the appetite also to resume this war on a full scale?
Well, as you know, this is the war on Iran is being imposed by the United States and Israel, and that's why Iran was at the receiving end of this war. However, the Israeli continue with their attack not only on the Lebanon, but also on the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Even they have signed the truce, and we have a daily killing of more than 10 to 11 Palestinians, and more than 20 to 25 people have been injured. This is a daily records we are getting from the occupied territories. So therefore, for Netanyahu, survival is to continue the war. In fact, for his political survival, he also dragged the American president into this war. We all know about it. And remember when he attacked the Dahya of Beirut, what did he say? Was it a military target? Was it any Hezbollah leader? No. He attacked the civilian apartment where he killed civilian there just to provoke the Iranian so he can go back into this war. And that is why we understand that he is even preparing for a long-haul war with Iran, because he is going to attack Iran and retaliate by attacking the infrastructure in Iran, where the United States told him very clearly, President Trump said to him that I wanted to stop this war and we are almost reaching to a deal. So where there was a heated argument between the two leaders in the telephone conversation, we learned about it last week, which shows you a clear indication that United States President wanted to end this war as much as the Iranian wanted to end this war. But we know that the Netanyahu does not want it. He wanted to occupy more territories of Lebanon and conquer the West Bank, and he's already confiscating the land. If we speak of Hamas, Hamas is not firing a shot at him. If we speak of the West Bank, they killed more than 1,500 Palestinians. Has nothing to do with Hamas. So it's a clear indication that the United States has understood Netanyahu's intention and objective, because he's under tremendous pressure. Remember, his government is running by the right-wing the extremist parties of Israel who are pushing into even clearing the region and telling attack
sorry to interrupt you there, sir, but I do think it goes both ways. We have also seen attacks by Iran on civilian infrastructure in Israel as well. In fact, I'll come back to you on this, but Colonel Rajiv, coming to you now, how is New Delhi looking at all of these escalations? Now, we have diaspora concerns in West Asia, we have commercial interests, and energy trade has already taken a hit. So how is New Delhi looking at all of these developments?
Ishita, New Delhi would be very, very concerned over the developments which have happened in last 12 hours. Even last week when there was a strike on the Kuwaiti airbase, they were on the international airport. There was one Indian who was injured or killed, I don't remember, and that was also taken with a lot of serious concern. We have almost 1 crore Indians spread all over the Gulf, and whether Iranians attack any US airbase or international airports or any other infrastructure, chances of Indians getting into the crossfire are very large. Second is the energy. So despite all the efforts of diversifying our energy supplies, I have the figures of the month of April. Against an import requirement of 5 million barrels per day, we could import 4.4 million barrels per day. So there is a net deficiency, although it is quite low, and we are getting more and more sources of oil, including and acting president of Venezuela was just here, and a deal has been struck where more oil would be coming from Venezuela. But the situation is going to get worse if this Strait of Hormuz does not open and this escalation takes place. And for Donald Trump as the president, I think he's stuck in a escalation trap where he's got an ally who's out of his control and an enemy who he's not able to defeat. And so he does not know how to get out of the situation. It is clear even from the official reports of the United States military assessment that they do not have the stamina for a prolonged and intense conflict like it happens in the first 39 days because of the depletion of very important weapon platform, whether the Tomahawk missiles or the THAAD interceptors or the Patriot interceptor. And so now whether Israel can continue this escalation even with passive and tacit support of the United States in terms of refueling and intelligence and satellite imagery is a question that will be answered in next few hours and days. But to me, this is not a situation which should have been reached after 100 days of war and 60 days of ceasefire 7th of April. We should have been moving more towards convergence on issues of peace rather than having more divergence and escalation. And just to add one more point, every week we are seeing that a new variable is being added into the peace talks. Firstly, it was the Strait of Hormuz. Thereafter, they said the uranium was always a part of it. Now they are saying that $24 billion till the time it is released and comes into the Iranian bank, there cannot be any sense of talks. Hezbollah, Lebanon and Beirut are always a factor. So every time we are finding that instead of convergence, new variables are being added into the peace matrix, which makes it even more difficult for convergence and peace to come.
Right, Colonel. We have seen these negotiations are getting stalled day after day. Dr. Awad, coming to you now. As far as both the parties in this war is concerned, now there are major points of disagreement, whether it's control over Hormuz, whether it's Iran's right to have enriched uranium. There is certainly no agreement that has come out as far as US and Iran are concerned. I want to ask you, do you think there is a possibility of both the sides reaching a middle ground? Or are we looking at these escalations, these skirmishes to continue for a while now?
Well, I believe there is already an agreement between the United States and Iran to conclude this war with the minimum damage to both the sides, and both of them wanted to exit as a triumph of this war. However, the United States made it very clear now that their aims is to make sure the unblocking of the Strait of Hormuz. After we have seen the strategic ambiguity of the American position, in fact, if you look at the American state objective, first it was the uranium, second regime changed, and the third is unblocking the Strait of Hormuz. It gives you a clear indication that this is not an American war. it is an Israeli war imposed on the American President Trump. Now he wanted to make an exit because his popularity in the United States is falling down, and it is also he is heading for the midterm election, and there's a tremendous pressure economically on the American people. Even in the Iran, by the way, we have been in touch with the Iranian after the internet have been restored. We have seen that there are many people are also facing a very harsh time, and because of the economic situation is unbearable and people are unable to meet their requirement, the daily livelihood. So therefore, I believe both the side want. But will the American agrees to Iranian and new doctrines of the Strait of Hormuz? Definitely not, because the American does not want to pay a single penny for compensation. They don't want to release the money that they have frozen for the Iranian ever since 1979, and also the recent more than $100 billion. The Americans still freezing of the Iran. I believe there are some of the issues which can be on the table of discussion if the Americans show some keen interest and honesty in dealing with the Iranian, because Iran said it to the American, what guarantee that if we reach to a deal with you, you will not go again for a war with the Israelis? They want an international guarantee, and the American will not break this war. And I believe there going to be tremendous pressure on the American and on the Iranian from the European Union, from the international community, to make sure that this war does not go out of hand and we go into a regional war. Because now even the attack in Saudi Arabia, the attack in Kuwait, by the way, these are carried out by two secret military bases created by Israel in Iraq, where the Iraqi government said, we don't know. We know about it. And now even the attack on Iran has been carried from the northern part of Iraq, from the Kurdistan area, which is give you an indication what could be the intention of Netanyahu of widening this war, to bringing the Arab countries into a direct confrontation with Iran.
All right, Captain Asham, as Dr. Awad also mentions that this is no longer an American war. It has completely turned into an Israeli war, and I think this is what it started with as well. But I want to ask you, with Donald Trump now clearly saying that I'm the one who's calling the shots and Netanyahu doesn't call the shots, can a solution really come when Israel is so embedded in this conflict? So without Israel being party to the discussions, to the negotiations, can a solution really come out?
Let me take you back quickly. In 2023, Israel was removed from European Theater Command of America and brought to the Central Command. They started attending all war room briefings. CTG 54 was planted there. 100 autonomous underwater boats are still in Bahrain. America removed all the warships away. Iran could not. Those were out. They were hit in Indian Ocean or took shelter. Please remember, 25 maritime exercises were carried out by 43 countries on a basis of anti-piracy and other kind of operations in Oman area. Russia and China has been always present. 23 landings, amphibious landings were carried out by Iran in last 4 years just to defend the Gulf coastal areas, because there is apprehension of having amphibious raids when it starts. America prepared for it. Let me also tell you, Admiral Brad Cooper was positioned as Central Command Chief to lead the war. He speaks very less, but he's the boss who is calling the shots in Gulf. Israel has got greater Israel dreams. He will do it. He may expand it to keep a pressure from all sides. The war is visibly on Strait of Hormuz, and it has to be contained. It has to be finally contested by America and taken over, or some kind of protocol developed. When Oman said something, he said we'll blow Oman. He also said we are only in 100 days of war. Look at 19 years of Vietnam. So he's not bothered for time. Unlimited time operations will go on for America. All the blockade containment will continue. Please remember this small thing. This is the red route, tall route, and this is the black route, dark route. Already 150 ships have passed through this dark route, southern side of Hormuz, that is Oman coast. And more ships are passing. They will not tell you. USNI, Kepler reports, UK MTI reports will not tell you, because these ships will never tell that they are taking help of America. Indian ships have also crossed. $2 million, some of them are giving in the toll tax area. Kosham Island, Larak, Kharg, this side, and Kuwait. Attacks will be going on these areas, because slowly America is pushing from south to north to take over the control of Hormuz in a limited countermeasure asymmetric operations by underwater, robotics, helicopter, drones, clearing the mines, etc., etc. I have been part of these areas. As a naval officer, I understand the tactical level of war happening there. Lot of green room maneuvers, lot of rehearsals, lot of behind the curtain talks, lot of diplomacy going on. It's not that what we see is happening. Everybody has got target. Israel has done he attends the part of Central Command briefing today also. Situation rooms are integrated with Israel and they both are hand in hand. So please remember, what's happening on top is not the real reason. This war will continue till the time aims are achieved. America has not come for nothing. Its blockade will continue. Once 20 ships are not here, they will go to Cuba and stay anywhere else. He's not losing anything. He's not firing tomahawks. He's not using those kind of weapons. He is doing what he's supposed to do, slowly annihilating and slowly capturing the Hormuz. Other nations will come. European Union ships will come. And when the contest is slow, they will also come. They will be shielding. And then how will you attack these neutral ships? There will be a lot of escalation, spread of war. Diplomatically, internationally, people will finally tell Iran, please remove these kind of hurdles and give us a freedom of navigation. That is the aim. It will be slow. We'll have to have patience.
All right, that's what, of course, we'll have to see whether or not these tit-for-tat attacks, whether they escalate into a full-fledged war in West Asia or whether the warring parties will go back to the negotiating table. But for now, we're slipping into a very short break. Colonel Rajiv Agrawal, Dr. Awad and Captain Shamkumar, thanks so much for joining me on Republic TV and sharing your analysis on these developments coming to light from West Asia. Now, here's coming up after a short break, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps says its air... All right, war in West Asia again escalates as Iran launches a fresh wave of ballistic missiles toward Israel and IDF retaliates.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want...
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate.
A very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. It's the first time Iran and Israel have attacked each other since the ceasefire came into effect back in April. We'll get to all those details, what exactly is happening and the escalation. But the headlines first. Let's get started. Top headlines. Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel as retaliation against Israel attacks on Beirut. Netanyahu defies Trump's calls for restraint, launches strikes on several Iranian cities, including Tehran. Trump claims new strikes will not affect peace deal with Iran and says Netanyahu does not call the shots. DMK boycotts Indie bloc meeting scheduled for today in New Delhi and claims betrayal by the Congress. Rebel TMC MPs likely to head to Delhi to submit a letter to the Speaker seeking a separate grouping. And TMC to move the High Court against Bengal Assembly Speaker's recognition of Ritobroto as a leader of opposition. All right, viewers, let's tell you what exactly is happening in the Middle East. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has said that its aerospace forces have launched an operation targeting Israel's Nevatim and Tel Nof air bases. The IRGC said that the operation was carried out in response to what it's called Israeli missile attacks on several radar sites in 3 locations inside Iran. The guards say that they were fully prepared for wider operations across all fronts. Iran's IRGC launched Operation Nasser against Tel Nof and Nevatim bases. The IRGC announced that the operation was a direct response to Israel's missile strikes on many radar sites across 3 locations in Iran. All right, let's go straight across to our guests who are joining us. We're being joined by Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari, a defense analyst, and also we are being joined by Colonel Rajiv Agarwal, West Asia expert and senior research consultant at CRF. Okay, let's go to both our guests. Thank you for joining us here, gentlemen. Now, we understand that there was a very fragile ceasefire keeping the peace, but that fragile ceasefire seems to have been broken now with Iran and Israel attacking each other. I just want to go first to Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari to get a reaction on how do you really see this situation evolving from now on?
The ceasefire was actually between America and Iran. Israel never honored, never respected this ceasefire. It continued its offense on Israel, on Lebanon. Israel continued the offensive on Lebanon, stating that they are targeting Hezbollah's hideouts to eliminate them. This had continued. Now, what has happened to America? USA has lost so many weapons, about almost 52 aircrafts, flying equipments. US cannot come in the front directly, because that's the thing. If you see, and now Iran is avoiding directing any attack on America, and even they attacked three air bases on Kuwait, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia to react what America did initially. Now it is quite evident that America wants to support Israel from behind, but not trying to come in the front. Because if America involves itself directly into the war, losses of America will be too much. Now I'd like to retaliate and say one thing again. During this war, Israel has not lost even a single aircraft. Whereas Iran has lost number of aircrafts and very expensive UAVs also. That has become difficult for Trump to answer. Now this war was never an US war. It was only Israel and Iran war. Now let it continue. If it had continued between Israel and Iran war, Strait of Hormuz would not have been closed. So America now, because they don't want to suffer any losses, and Trump has to face his own public, he is trying to stay and work from behind the screen. Because what you have heard and what I have read through, now Pentagon has given a lot of relevant satellite inputs for missiles to strike a certain target correctly. Remember one thing in these days, firing a missile is important. But it's more important to ensure that missile hits the target what you desire. It should not get intercepted in between. For this, intelligence input and electronic warfare, electronic spectrum has to be created all around so that missile travels quietly and travels and hits the desired target. But for this, Israel on its own cannot function. Israel requires help from the American satellites, which are spread all over, and they give a desirable input. Now we have to see. Now, what happened during the previous war, Iran was not able to target any of the air bases of Israel. That never disturbed or that never slowed down the airborne and departure of the aircrafts of the Israel. And Israel continued flying and dropping bombs over the Iran and missiles. Now, what has happened, even yesterday morning, Iran has been successful in targeting one of the air bases of Israel. See, Israel has got about 10 air bases, out of which 5 are fighter bases. If Iran is able to strike those 5 bases, Israel will become weaker and their launch capability will definitely reduce to quite an extent. Now, what happened in this war? This war, if you see, on 20th February when the war was launched, Hezbollah came in support of Iran. Now, Iran has come in support of Hezbollah. Even Houthi has come in support. Now, this war is going to be more dangerous and more destructive for Iran as well as Israel. Because even during that war, also Israel lost quite a bit of equipments, infrastructure, and a lot of other equipments.
Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari, I really wanted to hold on. I also want a perspective coming in from Colonel Rajiv Agarwal, who's joining us. Thank you for joining us, Colonel Rajiv Agarwal. Now, there are so many questions I have, but I really want to focus on President Trump now. Does President Trump has the influence that he says he does over Israel? Because we have seen Israel go ahead, bomb Beirut. We've also seen Israel has attacked Iran, something that President Trump did not want, but that keeps happening. Yes, Colonel.
Thank you, Shivani, and your question is absolutely on the point. Yesterday only Trump said that, I set the agenda and, Netanyahu will follow it. And just a few hours later, Netanyahu and the Israeli Defense Forces have struck Iran, and now it's an escalation which is at a very dangerous level where it can either go down, but the chances of it going up are more important. And as you are showing on the news also, now the Houthis in Yemen have also joined and they have fired missiles into Israel, although they have been intercepted. And I take my mind back to the Gaza war when the Houthis had joined and they had closed the Bab al-Mandeb. And Iran had also announced in the past few weeks that if the escalation does not stop from Israel into southern Lebanon and especially Beirut, there are chances that the Houthis and the Bab al-Mandeb factor will also come into play. And that can be a very, very dangerous thing for the entire world economy, including the energy supplies. So right now what we see today, we are at a stage where the war has completed 100 days. And the ceasefire, which was agreed upon on 7th of April, has also completed 60 days. And here we are at a ceasefire which is not only fragile because it is not keeping up. Last week also there were strikes on Iranian air defenses and Qasem Island, which were followed by Iran striking the US air bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. And now in the last 12 hours, it has escalated. But it also shows the futility of the ceasefire process. Why do I say that? When the ceasefire was agreed, it was between Iran and US, and Israel was not a party to it, which is one of the main protagonists of the war. Similarly, when there was a ceasefire which was agreed between Israel and Lebanon, Hezbollah was not part of it. So, if you do not have the main actors as a part of the ceasefire or peace process, then the chances of it failing are more than the chances of success.
That's right. Well, I want both our guests to stay on with us because we're getting some more updates coming in, some breaking news coming in, fresh escalation in the West Asia conflict, missiles launched from Malad, Iran, missiles launched by Iran against Israel. So what we are seeing, viewers, if you're watching right now, is that the cross-firing is continuing. So Iran launching missiles against Israel, Israel launching missiles against Iran. This is a fresh update, by the way. And the fragile ceasefire, well, continues to be extremely fragile. I want to go back to our guests who are joining us, Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari and Colonel Rajiv Agarwal. I'll go first, once again, to Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari. There's a lot of question mark about the role of the IRGC in Iran. Many are saying that, many experts, analysts are saying that it is the IRGC who is calling the shots in Iran, and that is one of the reasons behind this war not ending anytime soon.
Shivani, you cannot separate IRGC from Iran. It's very much part of Iran and supporting, it is trying to save Iran and fighting for Iran against US. So IRGC, since a military component, it will have a say. But to say that this has become a main thorn in the process of a ceasefire, I don't agree fully. IRGC may be responsible. But the fact is that IRGC, Iran has suffered so much. Iran has got nothing much to lose now. The only thing they have to react, because they have been asking for to unfreeze all the financial financial process which has been to unfreeze so that they can come to buy. US has refused that. Now what has happened? Iran requires a lot of support to come up. So Iran is such a situation, they've got nothing to lose other than to strike. Now, on the bargaining tables, unless Iran is come at par, I'll not say Iran will ever come at par with the US, but what the destruction has taken place into Iran and whatever losses US has made, they may be comparable as far as the financial part is concerned. Number of 50 aircraft being lost, number of infrastructure Iran has been lost. So now Iran knows that if they go down to Americans' requirement road, they will become like Iraq. Now, so Iran was very much aware that they have to fight not to win, but to survive. And they have survived a long war, and they have survived from the America also losses had taken place, and Israel also had been damaged a little bit. Now Iran has no choice. You can say that you can blame IRGC, but IRGC has got no choice but to retaliate. Because the terms and negotiation cannot take place totally at the terms and conditions set by USA. Iran has to come to the party. Iran, you have to understand, it's a civilization. It will fall till end.
I request both our guests to stay on with us. I'll come to you now next, Colonel Agarwal. I just want our viewers to understand what the next set of breaking news is for our viewers. So the Yemeni armed forces have launched a missile barrage targeting sensitive Israeli enemy targets in the occupied Jaffa region. The missile strikes achieved their objectives with precision. And this is what is happening, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. The Houthis saying we declare a complete and total ban on Israeli maritime navigation in the Red Sea, and we consider all enemy movements to be legitimate military targets for our armed forces from the moment the statement is issued. Okay, so a lot of updates coming in here when we talk about the Houthis. I want to go back to Colonel Agarwal, it looks like that the latest escalation has once again led to tensions. Now, speaking about the peace deal, Colonel Agarwal, what exactly is stopping the peace deal from being signed officially by all the parties? Is it the stance of Iran and US on uranium, because both of them are looking at uranium in a very different way. Iran wants to continue to enrich uranium, and US says that they should not be enriching uranium because they feel Iran is trying to go ahead and become stronger as a nuclear nation.
Yeah, I think, why it is not succeeding is because over the last 2 months, ever since 7th April ceasefire has happened, the goalposts have been changing and new variables are being added on a weekly basis, which makes the talks or the convergence on, divergence very difficult. So earlier it was a nuclear issue. Iran said, no, we have a right of enrichment, and, they had agreed to a part on downblending of uranium, but it was not agreed to. When the Strait of Hormuz opened, so the whole focus went from nuclear to Strait of Hormuz because the entire world energy crisis was escalating, and Strait of Hormuz was double blockaded. Thereafter, Iran said, no, we are adding a new variable. Till the time you release our $24 billion as a proof of test and trust, we are not going to even talk about any peace talk. So every week or every few days, a new variable is being added. So instead of reaching a common denominator on talks where some kind of a framework can be reached, you are seeing a situation where sometimes the United States and sometimes Iran is adding a new factor to the peace talk, which is making the peace and the convergence farther than getting it nearer. And so what I see today is that Iran tested the deterrence, did a deterrence test as far as US was concerned when it fired on the US bases in Kuwait and Bahrain last week, and US did not retaliate. Instead, it rebuked, Kuwait for being a small country, and then they should not raise too much of hue and cry about it. Now, Trump, I think, has got stuck in a very, very bad and thick escalation matrix where he's got an ally in Israel who he is not able to control. And on the other hand, it has got Iran, enemy, a military adversary, which he has not been able to defeat militarily because of the various asymmetric strategies that Iran has adopted. So it's a very tricky situation, and with Houthis joining in, and now just a short while ago, Iran firing missiles back at Israel today morning and at Prince base in Saudi Arabia, I think it is a very dangerous escalation which is taking place.
All right. I also want to go back to Colonel Agarwal on this. Colonel Agarwal, what is a key thing to watch out for? Because we understand that, once again, Iran's proxies, like the Houthis, they have reared their head once more. So, like the last time we saw that the war had spilled over to the Gulf nations and Iran's proxies also participating. Once again, we see the same situation evolving now.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the moment Houthis emerge into this matrix, it adds a very big layer of, escalation into the whole thing, because Houthis have shown before in the Gaza war 2023-24 that they were effectively able to close the bubble mandab, and despite the US sending destroyers and the European Union sending a military armada, they could not unblockade it, and the entire shipping had to go around the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, adding cost, time and insurance to the entire trade. However, that time the Persian Gulf was open, so the oil supplies and the gas supplies were not interrupted. Now, if you have a situation where the Strait of Hormuz remains double blockaded and the bubble mandab also becomes, I'll not say blockaded, but even interrupted, it adds so much of a threat to the global economy and energy, which is, which I don't think can carry on for a long time.
All right. Well, I request Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari to stay on with us. And thank you, Colonel Rajiv Agarwal, for sharing a perspective here on the evolving situation in West Asia and the Middle East region. I'm getting some breaking news coming in. The Yemeni Armed Forces spokesman announces a naval blockade on Israel in Red Sea. The statement says Yemen launched a missile salvo at sensitive Israel targets and occupied areas in response to US-Israeli aggression against Iran, Lebanon, Gaza, Iraq and Yemen. They also declared a complete naval ban on Israeli movement in the Red Sea, saying all Israeli maritime activity is now a military target, and warned that their operations will escalate as long as the war and siege continue. The Yemeni Armed Forces spokesperson has announced a naval blockade on Israel in the Red Sea. So we are talking about Iranian proxies becoming active again, and that is exactly what we are breaking for you right now on Republic TV. I want to go back to Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari. Okay, we will go back to a guest in a short while from now, but getting you back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV viewers. Let's tell you exactly what has been happening. We are tracking the story because Israel has carried out airstrikes in western and central Iran after Iran fired missiles at northern Israel. It's the first time Iran and Israel have launched attacks at each other's territories since the ceasefire came into force 2 months ago. Iran says its attacks are the beginning of a full week of continuous strikes, and Iran launched its attacks after Israel carried out airstrikes on Beirut in Lebanon. The Israeli military said that those strikes on Hezbollah targets in the city's southern suburbs were also a response to Hezbollah firing rockets at Israel. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. We'll try to go back to a guest in a short while from now. And US President Trump had urged Israel not to retaliate against Iran as well. So President Trump saying that Israel should not retaliate against Iran, but that's not what is happening. Let's go straight back to Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari on this. Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari. So what we see is that it's very obvious that the initial rounds of diplomacy have failed because we see the escalation has now picked up pace. What do you think what else will it take for us to really see a proper and a final peace deal?
Shivani, look at the one thing. See, when the Gaza was an attack, Hamas was an attack, Houthi and Hezbollah was on necessity, them came on to fire onto Israel. See, now I'll tell you, compare two things. Hormuz and the Red Sea bubble. Hormuz is a smaller one, 3 to 6 kilometer wide, can be blocked. But Red Sea mein Houthi attacks at random. So this creates an apprehension between all the ships are firing, so they are slightly scared and it gets disturbed. It cannot be blocked fully. But Houthi, since they control half of the Yemen, Houthi is fairly powerful. They got a lot of ammunition, a lot of other defense equipment. They can control or they can create a nuisance. They can be of a nuisance value. Now, what is happening at this stage? As was being discussed earlier, this ceasefire was actually between only America and Iran. And what was America was not fighting its own war. America was fighting Iran's war. Sorry, America was fighting Israel's war. Now, Israel should have been slightly more careful. They should have restricted themselves only up to the Litani River of Lebanon, southern part of Lebanon. They started attacking Hezbollah up to the Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. Israel has been more indiscriminate and attacking and killing people all over, and that has been damaged. That has been always been, people has been all over the world have been condemning the step of Israel. So now the step, though it was agreed upon USA, but Israel never listened to the states. Now what is happening now? Because even US wants this signing of agreement at their own conditions, which is not possible till the time Iran becomes absolutely weak. But to condemn to make the Iran weak, it is not an easy target because they have got huge number of missiles and drones and create a lot of nuisance all over. Now, Iran is also moving very wisely. Now look at this thing. There was one attack on the border port of the Iran. So Iran reacted and attacked Kuwait and the Saudi Arabia base. After that, they have not attacked anymore. Now they are targeting only Israel. Hezbollah. Now they are targeting only Israel. Now look at the Israel situation. In this war, America has lost number of 50 aircrafts, but whereas Israel has not lost even a single air. Now America to get Iran onto their own negotiation table, that has to become weak. But America doesn't want to enter the war directly because want of damage done. By a damage done to the American forces was phenomenal, which is not accepted by the American citizens. So America is trying to act to help Israel from behind the curtain. That is in terms of intelligence inputs and electronic warfare spectrum. That provision, because of which missiles or the bombs are from the Israel are hitting the target directly and causing more damage. But Iran is also. Now this will come to the end. Only all depends on the Netanyahu. Moment Israeli president says if he wants that ceasefire should take place, then it will take place. Otherwise, what happens if he keeps attacking Hezbollah or certain part of Lebanon, then it will continue. because Hezbollah is also not very weak. Because if you enter the territory of a Lebanon and you think that you can fight Hezbollah or any organization, it's not easy. To enter into somebody's organization, you have to be able to face a lot of losses that Israeli forces are going through. They have reached up to Litani River. They want to go further north of the Litani River, which is definitely not acceptable to the Shia population, which dominates the southern portion of Lebanon, and Hezbollah is leader of that. Hezbollah is become a proxy, but Hezbollah was born to save the rights, to save the. Okay, Dani. So that will continue, depends on the Israelis.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari, for getting us your perspective here. So all our defense analysts and West Asia experts and defense experts are joining us here in Titan Republic TV, helping you understand what's happening in the West Asia conflict. Taking a short break, viewers. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Coming up, all to the side, DMK boycotts Indie bloc meeting scheduled for today in New Delhi, claims betrayal by Congress. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरी राजा
मसाला प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society,
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
AR Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, everyday.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching a live report on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, the ceasefire has collapsed in West Asia, with the Beirut strikes now reigniting the war in the region. So in the next 30 minutes, we'll get you all the updates from the war zones and also how TMC's split is now imminent. All the updates are for you on the other side. But first up, a quick check at the top headlines. The war in West Asia reignites with Beirut strikes. Iran launches a fresh wave of ballistic missiles towards Israel. Netanyahu defies Trump's calls for restraint, launches strikes on several Iranian cities including Tehran and Isfahan. Trump claims the new strikes will not affect peace deal with Iran, says that Netanyahu does not call the shots, I do. India collapse now seems imminent. Anti-Congress posters surface across Delhi just before the India meet. DMK up to boycott the crucial huddle. TMC breakup on the cards. 20 MPs are likely to move to Delhi to ask for a separate grouping. TMC to move High Court against the move. All right, welcome viewers. Our top focus on what's brewing inside Trinamool Congress. Now, Trinamool Congress has suffered its first major setback in Parliament. In fact, our senior Rajya Sabha MP, Kendu Shekhar Roy, has now resigned from the upper house. A major jolt to Mamata Banerjee. And the development comes amid a deepening rebellion within the party following a revolt by a large section of TMC MLAs in West Bengal. Now, Ray, in fact, had recently warned that the unrest in Assembly could spill over into the Parliament as well. Now, we had seen about 60 MLAs switching over, declaring that they are the real TMC under Ritu Pratap Banerjee. And now we're looking at the spillover effect also being felt as far as MPs are concerned. Now, viewers, as far as the number game goes, TMC enjoys about 13 Rajya Sabha members. And with this resignation coming in, we are looking at the strength going down to about 12. In fact, my colleague Kishli also joins with more details on this. Kishli, take us through this entire episode of TMC MP now resigning from Rajya Sabha. Do you think it is likely to now escalate this rebellion within TMC MPs as well?
Well, exactly, and now this is happening when Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee are in Delhi. They are trying to contain this fire, but it's not happening. A very senior Rajya Sabha member of the Trinamool Congress, Kendu Shekhar Roy, has been a member of the Trinamool Congress almost since its inception, had been a Congress worker before that with Mamata Banerjee. He has resigned from the upper house of the parliament, and 13 were the number of the Trinamool Congress members in the Rajya Sabha, which has now come down to 12. On the other hand, we know there are 29 Trinamool MPs in the Lok Sabha. Out of that, about 20 are on the verge of making a new front, and that new front which would call themselves the real TMC parliamentary party, rejecting the leadership of Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee. So Mamata Banerjee and Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee losing their hands from both on their MLAs. We saw 60 of those MLAs went away. Out of 80 MLAs went out of hand of Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee and Kishi Mamata Banerjee. And now we see 20 out of 29 MLAs in the parliament lower house are on the verge of making a new front. On the other hand, the way is shown by Shukhendu Shekhar Roy himself, who is one of the most senior member of the TMC MPs in the parliament. He has already resigned, and he has indicated that more TMC MPs are going to resign, and this is on the card.
All right, so this is a TMC revolt, a TMC rebellion essentially reaching the parliament now. In fact, Kishle, do continue to stay with us. We're getting some more developments on what is brewing inside TMC. Now, another MP, Saugata Roy, in fact, has come out with a statement saying he's rejected the BJP offer. That's the breaking news we're getting at this hour. The TMC MP, Saugata Roy, says he's rejected the BJP offer. He goes on to mention that TMC is being targeted and attacked a lot. If other parties support TMC, it will provide power to the TMC. When there was an attack on Abhishek Banerjee, Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi from the Congress condemned it. Yes, he also goes on to claim he got an offer from the BJP to join it, but he rejected it and he will stay on in the party on whose symbol he was elected, which is a TMC. So while you have Shukhendu Shekhar Roy, in fact, resigning from Rajya Sabha, you have Saugata Roy, in fact, saying that he's rejected the BJP offer. Let's listen in as to what Roy has to say on this.
तृणमूल कांग्रेस पर बहुत ज्यादा हमला हो रहा है, आक्रमण हो रहा है, तो दूसरे लोग साथ रहेंगे तो तृणमूल का शक्ति मिलेगा। जैसे अभिषेक बैनर्जी पर जब व्यक्तिगत हमला हुआ तो मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे, राहुल गांधी कांग्रेस की ओर से उसको निंदा किया। यही मौलिक समर्थन, नैतिक समर्थन मिलता है।
क्या शोभतदा आप इतना दिन से पॉलिटिक्स कर रहे हैं, सांसद में हैं, क्या आपके पास बीजेपी ने कोई ऑफर दी?
हाँ, दिया।
क्या कहा है?
आने को बोला।
आपकी तरफ से क्या प्रतिक्रिया है?
नहीं जाएंगे। जो पार्टी का सिंबल से जीता उसी में रहेंगे।
All right, my colleague Kishle continues to stay on with us on this. And now, Kishle, on one side, we're looking at all the resignations are rocking at TMC, the revolt now reaching Parliament. And on the other side, you have a TMC MP, Saugata Roy, who says he was given an offer by BJP, but he rejected it. And at the same time, he says that the party's success now hinges on support from other political parties. He mentions Congress on this. So give us the detailed analysis of this statement.
Well, Saugata Roy is one of the MPs who is in the side of Mamata Banerjee and Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee. At least till now, that is what is known. Now, he has indicated that it is very necessary for the Trinamool Congress to get help from Congress party and other political parties in order to survive, which clears the air that Trinamool is powerless by itself and it needs help from outside to exist. And this is the situation where all the MPs and MLAs are leaving, and the existing MPs and MLAs are clinging on to power by requesting other parties to support them.
Last question to you. Mamata Banerjee is in Delhi. Abhishek Banerjee is in Delhi. They're going to participate in this Indie bloc meeting, and they really need support of the political parties at this moment. So, with both the leaders being in Delhi and also a Rajya Sabha senior MP now resigning, what is that we're looking at next?
Well, it's an existential crisis for Mamata Banerjee. It is an existential crisis for her party that she formed. And Mamata Banerjee, as a last-ditch attempt, reached Delhi in order to speak to her MPs and in order to speak to the India Alliance parties. But it is seen that only Arvind Kejriwal and a few Congress leaders have entertained her till now. Even her own MPs are not really interested in meeting her. 20 of her Lok Sabha MPs are leaving her, forming a new front. On the other hand, even the Rajya Sabha MPs are leaving her, and that way is shown by Supendra Shekhar Roy himself, who has already resigned. So it's an existential crisis for Mamata Banerjee, and Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee is also trying his best in order to remain. But the clear picture is most of the MPs and MLAs, in fact majority of them, have already rejected their leadership, and now they are going to form a new front and call themselves the real TMC.
All right, so TMC fighting for its existence, fighting for its relevance in Indian politics at the moment. And Kishore, do continue to stay with us. We're getting some more developments that after Supendra Shekhar Roy, another resignation is now in the line. Sources indicate that film star Koel Malik, in fact, is all likely to resign as well. A TMC MP Koel Malik now likely to tender resignation as well after Supendra. Kishore, you're with us on this as well. Now, as we mentioned that there is going to be a spillover effect and we could see more resignations following Supendra Shekhar Roy. Now we understand that Koel Malik is already in the line.
Well, the film fraternity who were brought into politics by Mamata Banerjee, which included Koel Malik, which included Dev, which included other superstars and other directors like Raj Chakraborty, etc., Soham. All of them are right now indicating that they are not going to support the TMC anymore. And this is happening as Swarup Biswas, the brother of West Bengal former Minister Arup Biswas, is arrested. Swarup Biswas was known to be the person who was controlling the Tollywood industry, the Tollywood Bengali industry. As he is arrested on the charges of extortion and corruption, the Bengali film industry, as the Trinamool Congress faction of the Bengali film industry has fallen apart, and after this has happened, Koel Malik, Dev, Soham, Raj Chakraborty, and several other film fraternity members and leaders who came from the film fraternity are showing indications that they are not going to be anymore with the party. Now we have to see whether Koel Malik and after her, whether anyone else is also going to follow in line.
All right, so this will bring down the strength of TMC Rajya Sabha MPs to about 11. And, put it into perspective for our viewers, Kishore, how big of a jolt this is for Mamata Banerjee, because as you mentioned, these are top aides, close aides, which were brought into politics by Mamata Banerjee herself, and they're now all abandoning her, all leaving the party.
Well, anyway, they don't have any other option as well, because even surviving in the Tollywood industry would be difficult for the pro-Trinamool Congress members, because we have seen most of the Tollywood members are right now leaning against the TMC. We know Swarup Biswas was arrested. He was running a syndicate mafia raj in the Tollywood industry. He was almost running a gunda raj in the Tollywood industry. And all these film fraternity members who have been brought into politics by Mamata Banerjee were a part of that faction led by Swarup Biswas. After he is arrested, that fraternity, that faction is completely shattered. In order to survive in the industry, now they are distancing themselves from Mamata Banerjee and Chor Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee at one hand. On the other hand, even if we don't talk about the film fraternity, if we talk about the leaders who were in politics since long, along with Mamata Banerjee...
All right, Kishore, please hold on to that thought. We're also being joined by Amitava Roy, BJP State Vice President West Bengal. Thank you, Mr. Roy, for joining us on this. I want to ask you, it looks like TMC is now fighting an existential battle. It is fighting for its relevance in Indian politics. We are looking at about 60 MLAs switching over to the other side, claiming they are the real TMC, while resignations have also started coming in as far as the TMC MPs are concerned. How do you look at this development now coming to light?
Good morning, everybody. We have seen for the last couple of days what incidents are happening in the TMC. Our state president, Mr. Samik Bhattacharya, few days before the elections, had forecasted that within a month, TMC in West Bengal would become history. So it is happening now, you are seeing. Because TMC, cut money and scam have been together. So the people wanted change in Bengal, and Bengal that was previously Sonar Bangla. It is people voted to power to BJP. They wanted doubling in government. It is happening now. And you have seen in parliament also, the people who stood for the TMC, who fought for the TMC previously, they are not now. Because all the leaders have seen Mamata Banerjee's fight. But nobody cannot accept Abhishek Banerjee's leadership and IPAC's scandal. So they revolted. The BJP is keeping a strict watch because their TMC in the party they are happening. We are not bothered, concerned about it because BJP is a party with a difference. We will not interfere with them, and the TMC party would be shattered within a couple of days more.
Right,
Let's see what happens.
Right, I want to ask you, there are reports going around saying that some of these rebel MPs could be accommodated within Bharatiya Janata Party. What do you have to say on that? Can you confirm for us? Because there are reports saying that about 20 MPs are in touch with the BJP leaders.
State leadership and the central leadership would we look into the matter. I think people have voted. Grassroots, the farmers, the women, the students, the youth have voted for BJP in power. So the corrupted TMC leaders would not be included in the party. Our state president and our beloved Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari has spoken loud and clear that BJP would stand alone and work for the development of West Bengal and the country.
So what you're saying is that people who have been involved in cut money, in corruption will not be accommodated within BJP. But are their leaders in touch with the central leadership at the moment?
The central leadership are the best to answer these questions.
All right. So it seems like that as far as the Suvendu Adhikari government is concerned, they have a very clear stance that TMC leaders will not be accommodated, is what you're saying?
Yes, yes.
All right, sir. And do you think with Mamata Banerjee in Delhi, Abhishek Banerjee in Delhi, they're likely to now reinforce their role in the Indie bloc as well? Because they're asking for Congress's support to remain relevant.
Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee, previous when Indie meeting was going on, they rejected Congress appeal. They didn't want to adjust it with Congress. Now, when they are in danger, when they have fallen down, they want to hold hands. So, TMC has been formed with the blessings of Atal Bihari Vajpayee. The party which rejected Atal Bihari Vajpayee or Rajnath Singh or Ankya Advani, that sin, that curse has fallen on them. So let's see what happens. And in the near future, the TMC would be an history.
All right. And also, do you think this alliance with Congress and the Indie bloc meeting at large, do you think it's an alliance of convenience at this point rather than a coalition of ideological partners?
Indie alliance is a sinking ship. And those who will board the ship, they will all be sink down.
All right, sir. And in fact, a last question to you. We have seen about 60 MLAs of TMC now claiming that they are the real TMC, while about 2 resignation has come in from TMC MPs. Do you think this is likely to escalate further? Do you think more resignations could come in?
Listen, that is their internal matter, TMC. I shouldn't speak to that because speaking or talking about taking the names of TMC, it is a wastage of time and energy, I think.
But sir, Mr. Saugata Roy claimed that he had an offer from BJP to join the party, but he rejected the offer. What do you have to say on that?
With due respect, Mr. Saugata Roy would say, you are a senior politician, but you should not say these types of words to evaluate your share market. You have long in politics. I think you should now take rest.
All right, so that's your advice for Mr. Saugata Roy, but you're refuting his claim that he received any offer from Bharatiya Janata Party.
No, that's something I think.
All right, thank you, Mr. Roy, for joining us and giving us all your analysis on what's happening and brewing within Trinamool Congress, which now seems, in fact, on the verge of a collapse. Already 60 MLAs have claimed that they are the real TMC, while about 2 resignations have come in from Rajya Sabha as well. So the revolt, the mutiny within Trinamool Congress has now escalated and reached the parliament rows as well. Now, Republic, in fact, has been breaking all the developments regarding TMC's split from day one, and even today getting you minute-to-minute updates on what is brewing inside TMC. It looks like that it started with MLAs. The number has crossed over 60 now, and now 2 more resignations coming in just today when Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee both are in the capital city to attend the Indie Bloc meeting. They're fighting for their relevance to have in fact, to have an identity inside the bloc as well. They're trying to reinforce their position within Indie Bloc. And at the same time, while Mamata is in Delhi, we are looking at more and more resignations coming in from TMC MPs. So it is a battle for TMC at the moment to remain relevant in Indian politics, for Mamata Banerjee to reclaim her control over the party, which has completely collapsed, which seems to be slipping from her grip, and for Bhaipo as well, in fact, because there's much outrage over Abhishek Banerjee's role within the party as well. All right, we are getting some more developments as far as the Trinamool Congress split is concerned. Now, in a big jolt, 2 Mamata Banerjee MPs, so Kendu Shekhar has resigned. He's a Rajya Sabha MP, and this essentially takes down Rajya Sabha tally of TMC to about 11, because 2 resignations have come in today. So we are looking at that these resignations could also be followed by other leaders quitting the party. So split within TMC now seems imminent. All right, my colleague Shivam also joins me on this. Shivam, take us through the latest developments we're looking at now. Already 60 MLAs switched sides, claiming that they are the real TMC, and now mutiny also reaching parliament doors, with Rajya Sabha MPs also resigning today.
It clearly establishes the fact, because we were the first to break the news in the initial days also, that the TMC is breaking up, that Mamata is losing control over her own party, and also because the breakaway faction is claiming majority and they're saying that we are the original TMC. So we also have access to Kendu Shekhar Ray's his resignation letter that we have right now. Let me first read it, and then I'll show you the letter also. He says that in the recently held election to the West Bengal Legislative Assembly, the people have given huge mandate in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party for the first time in the history of the state to put an end to the 15-year anarchical rule. So he highlights the fact 15-year anarchical rule of the TMC arising out of the widespread, unbridled corruption, atrocities committed against women, abysmal failure in the field of health, education, industry, law and order and employment, etc. And meanwhile, the newly elected People's Government has started taking initiatives for overall development and reconstruction of the West Bengal as per its election manifesto. Now I will show you the letter. I'll ask the cameraman to zoom into the letter. This is the exact letter, and I'll ask the cameraman, exactly. Let's zoom into the letter. First on Republic, ladies and gentlemen, they have accessed this letter exclusive, and this means more and more ministers will be resigning from the Trinamool Congress because TMC is breaking. They clearly understand that there is no future in the TMC, and it's a big jolt for Mamata Banerjee because many of the leaders have alleged Bhaipo, that is Abhishek Banerjee, and the priority that has been given to Abhishek Banerjee in this case. So this is first on Republic, exclusive on your screen. This is the press release and his statement, because he has resigned. All right, let's zoom out. I'll ask the cameraman to zoom out. Very big development. We have access this letter, and this is Kendu Shekhar's letter, and he goes on to say, in respectful acceptance of the historic verdict of the people, I have resigned today from the Rajya Sabha, that is Council of States, as a member, and also from the primary membership of the All India Trinamool Congress. So he has left All India Trinamool Congress, that is the TMC, and he has resigned from his position of being an MP in the Rajya Sabha, and Vox Populi, Vox Dei, that's how he ends his resignation letter. Over to you.
All right, thanks Shivam for joining us and giving us these exclusive details of what exactly Suvendu Shekhar has said as he is now quitted from TMC as a Rajya Sabha MP. And now viewers, with that we come to the end of this edition of Live Report. Thanks so much for watching and stay tuned to Republic TV, getting you all the exclusive what is brewing inside TMC on the other side.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst